It's
That's a
way
lot of
it,
legwork.
it takes way too much work. Like some guy essentially said it would take probably 4 hours worth of map building for an encounter that would your player characters could probably finish in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Just use Tailspire.
Damn.
Just use Tailspire.
No, I know, but there is a certain fun in just having all like the particle effects and like the character animations stuff like that.
It would be really nice just so that everything is calculated in real time, and then you don't need to worry about your health, and everything can just be done as is.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's something you could incorporate into Tailspire, because like hypothetically, let's say I'm controlling Zen's character right here, and I clicked to attack this character here. You have the attack functions, and then if you just had a character sheet associated with your mini, and they just linked to each other, then you could use the, let's say, hit motion, and it would calculate for both the hit chance and damage dealt. Now, of course, that wouldn't be as easy to do with spells, but for basic attacks, that would be kind of easy to incorporate.
Alright, now I know this is asking a lot. Is there
Whoa.
a character sheet incorporator for Tailspire?
Yeah, I use D&D Beyond, and I have
Will
a
it
build it
I
again?
have a plugin.
Will it bring it right? So
Okay, look if you look on the, if I'm gonna make an Arcana check, I'm gonna roll it.
So if I go to D&D Beyond,
You need to make an account, and you need to have all the stuff bought. It's not worth it.
Man of glory.
how much does it cost? Like $10?
Well, it's free to have an account on there, but it's just the. I mean, I've bought some of the source books for mine, so I could
There's
probably
a
make a
generic
campaign.
character sheet you can make on Tailspire, but I don't know if it links properly with these official mod repositories.
Yeah, I mean, I could look into it for you. I might be able to like add you in on a campaign, and then you have access to my books, and then you can make something.
Well, just I'm curious if like, because my character sheet's getting a little ratty now from all the erasing health and re-adding health.
All right, I'll see if there's the oath for you at least, and I can export it out possibly. Class Paladin.
I completely forgot about my temporary health healer thing last session. Damn.
Because like I find with this, it's so like, oh, what's my thing? Done, and it's got it all there, and I can, oh, I've got a condition, grappled, and then it says what the grappled is. Like it's pretty good. Sacred Oath, Oath of Redemption, correct?
Yeah.
And you are a red dragonborn.
I don't know why they use this picture of Mr. Krabs as the thumbnail for this mod. This is official mod repository, by the way.
What are your stats? Like your strength, dex, con?
Oh, good.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
No, I've got like 23 and everything.
I'm based as well. But yeah, we can always sort this at another time. But I think
No.
I think it's possible and plausible in there if you want. Like, there's a little bit of legwork with what I do with magical items. I have to create custom ones and then add them in on my character to allow for them to be used as like attunable slots and such. But
just because I mean, if we can automate a lot of this shit, it'd be pretty fucking cool. And I'm lazy.
yeah, speed up. Because like if it's something you want to do next campaign, to like I could always host it and then, or I could just chip in and buy books.
Yeah. Whatever works best.
Old Adam.
I'm not paying for D&D Beyond, what the hell? They're not getting a cent out of me.
Well, if we pay you.
Well, I mean, if you're
But
the one
they'd still
doing
be
like
getting
all
my cent, but
if we coordinated, like you're doing all the DM shit, I don't really mind paying like 15.
I'm sure there's a more free, friendly thing we could find.
Free, yes. Friendly, maybe. I don't know.
We'll
I don't
see.
know if it will have support into Tailspire. That's the only thing.
Well, Tailspire is still in early access. You never know. Maybe they have multiple instances of online tabletop hosting services. even though D&D Beyond is probably the largest one with the biggest wallet and number of users. So it would be in their best interest to use that. We could all move to Roll20. I could puke.
No, I don't do that. Don't do that.
What's the issue with Roll20 again? I can't remember.
It's just top down.
Well, it's top-down
technical.
2D. I
Very
like the 3D
technical.
models. It does have a lot of good things in terms of incorporating into roleplay tabletops, but everyone here has likes to roll their physical dice, so that part's out. And the only thing I could think of would just actually be switching back to Tailspire, because then we're allowed to use custom imported images and still remain 3D.
I'm pretty sure the PNG, not the PNGs, the minis for from Hero Forge, it's the same link that we bought for this. So we can use our minis in tabletop if we really wanted to.
Even better.
Custom ones.
And then we could draw on the board again. Ooh.
Drawing on the board is fine, or type on the board. That was a useful feature.
Maybe they'll add that into this.
Be a simple paint tool, I guess, but it would be 3D, so it would be kind of tricky. And with some of the collisions on these 3D parts, it can be probably pretty tricky, so that it doesn't just collide into the stairs here.
Yeah, that's because, like, as it stands now, trying to measure shit, sometimes, like, it'll misinterpret where I intend to click versus where I'm clicking.
And I do want some sort of
It's a
tool that
screen-based
lets
cursor.
us...
It's pretty good.
If it had something like, if I wanted to make sure this thing stays up, so that I can't left click anything else now, without it going away, so...
We should just all get whiteboards and we'll do the John Madden football thing of, like, drawing circles and X's everywhere and look like schizos.
Well, I already beat most of you out on whiteboard, so get on my level.
Andrew. We'll never get it now. You bought him too many whiteboards.
All gone. All the whiteboards have gone to his head.
Or maybe the markers.
I'm not sniffing the markers, Grunk.
You probably are.
Alright, let's start with... Damn, we're half an hour late. Go up. We're on 121, so we're gonna start with the 120s. As Dan's playing Cat's Cradle or something. Let's see.
Wait a minute, we got all the camera boys here. Fuck yeah.
Let's begin with Dan's at session 120, Dancing Under Duress 2, Return of the Cha-Cha Slide. A spooky glaive doesn't behave, and Duvak isn't cut back, for he applied a most holy smack. Wow. How long did it take you to write that one, huh?
Pretty quick, actually.
Okay.
Roll of tongue.
Only like 3 hours.
Already the whole week now.
The infiltrators contemplate the possibility of a terminal velocity ration kill on Duvak. Probably wouldn't do as much damage as you might think. Also, you would not reach terminal velocity from that height. But anyways, besides your clear lack of a physics degree,
Fuck off.
you're gonna have to get further along in this story before I can be killed, bucko. The Snake Orc Shaman. Followed by a nice GIF collage, or image collage. We got Limmy, he's in bed. Watchtower Orcs be like, he's being flashbanged essentially. The next one is an image from The Office of 3 gentlemen on top of the Tailspire mountain peak. We could totally make it in terms of if you wanted to jump off. Last but not least is the last combat from previous encounter with the nice Briar Thorns bramble patch. And then Laszlo as the looking around fish from SpongeBob. Laszlo looking at the fight whilst frantically dancing, while everything in the background is literally getting fireballed on an almost constant basis. Next one.
Okay, I'm opening up Twitch to watch you, Adam, and then
Thanks.
like I'm looking at the recommended, and it's like oiled up shower stream under art. Yeah.
Recommended for
Jesus.
what?
This is art.
Wait, like, did you go to the art thing? Because I'm
No,
in the
this is just like
in the
I am-
recommendeds.
Twitch.tv.
Hey, man, that's- hey, it's- yeah,
That's you, dude.
That's
No,
adding
no,
yourself-
I'm not
that's
blaming
adding
Adam's,
you.
yourself.
Adam's just
That's
like,
adding
hey
yourself,
man,
dude.
that's definitely not them recommending my
fucking-
recommended. No.
I don't watch Twitch besides like the
I don't even know what
Sundays
porn
where I
is,
put
okay?
this on.
Like,
But like
Those streams, we've never heard of them.
what is it?
this is like a nightmare scenario. There's 5,000 people watching this. I want you to think of 5,000 people getting together to watch one woman like oil up and like shower. It's just like what a fucking
It's called porn,
it
Andrew.
hurts my head.
Oh, I think you're a little more surprised than you should be.
I get
Weird,
pornography,
If
but doing
anything, they should be
pornography.
watching me, not oil up.
And
But like
play D&D.
5,000 people simultaneously is like you're not
Probably
stopping
bots
to
something,
think.
dude.
I wouldn't even say it's that many bots. It's a fucking Sunday morning, and people probably, gotta get out that morning.
I
you know what
hadn't
mean?
even. That's making it even worse. Is to think.
On
Nah, I'm
God's
saying-
Day?
Nah, I mean,
On God's
the
Day?
No, not even
Lords.
that. No, not that. But
The
just like this is the
Lords.
first thing people do in the morning. It's just like me and 5,000 people get together and watch.
Me and the
shower.
boys.
We're gonna masturbate together.
Oh, what? What are you talking about that for? No one's saying that.
Well, maybe it's a different
Oh, no,
time
it's an
zone. Or
art.
is it an Asian streamer? Because they're maybe like a couple hours ahead, maybe.
That's pretty.
Because if they're 12 hours ahead, Asia time, then that means it's perfect wank time. I guess if your wank
Like, I'm
time is
saying,
10:30 in the
it's
morning
fucking,
or AM.
It's weird no matter way you slice the bread.
Yeah.
I think you're being judgmental.
I am.
I think
Just-
that
all the money that they
you need
have.
to prune your recommendeds because
How
Because
do you do that?
it would be a different thing because there's another tab on the side that's not recommended. It's viewers of so and so are also interested in this. So I'll see like someone playing Starfield, and then it'll be persons who are frequently hosted by them, or vice versa.
Well,
that
what I'm getting
also playing
recommended on the
Starfield.
side is like a Warhammer tournament, a Fextra Life, the Dark Souls wiki people, and then some guy just named Evan F with 300 people watching.
That
it's just
Factual
like-
Life guy.
I'm thinking of like Dark Souls. It's like Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, Nito, Firstborn of the Dead, and the ever elusive Pygmy, and Evan is that Pygmy.
Well, he's an up-and-comer for all you know, I guess.
Evan, the elusive Destiny 2 Pygmy.
Besides, 300 viewers is still
No, it's
higher
respect-
than it's still higher than the you're still in the top 1%.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not like shitting on him. It's just it's funny to me that Twitch is like putting these people next to each other. It's like, yeah, they've got a lot in common.
Sure they do. Let's see. Alec, 120. Varys after things don't go to plan. This seems to be some guy from the show that
That's
Green Arrow?
It's
pretty sure that's
Archer.
Green Arrow. Yeah.
It's Archer, right?
Archer, the cartoon.
No, I'm joking.
Sorry,
Standing
one
up,
last-
looking down, snow on the mountain, brooding. Yeah, that was the intent with that one. I was like,
Remove the snow and the flashing lights because it was.
Is that the Don't Give Me
noon.
Hope guy, Hawkeye, whatever it is?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marvel guy. Or maybe it's DC. Who knows?
Arrow is DC.
It's the Incredibles.
Then Zen, the second it got dark, nice old cartoon bat.
On a cliff. On a cliff.
On a cliff, yeah. Dauntless when he sees the Snork Shaman. I want every gun we have to fire on that man.
Throw all the rations now.
And last but not least is Turok. As he starts rehearsing, seeing Duvak again, he turns into the Black Panther.
I'm
For
gonna practice
context,
my
there's
stamina.
no dialogue.
back
But
now.
that's the scene where he's like, what's the line? He's like, I never yielded.
I
And as you
left
can
the
see,
stove on,
I am
but-
not dead.
Nah, but you left the circle. So.
Oh, it's the Wakanda version of I Didn't
Yeah.
Hear No Bell.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Come on, that's a deep cut.
And this one is Andrews, 120, posted at 10:58. It's 11 p.m. Do you know where your children what your children are? You couldn't have waited 2 minutes to post it.
Honestly, I was really tired at that point, and I thought by the time I was done typing, it would be 11.
Wow. The League got the VIP treatment at the Orc Clan. Very ignoble parlay. Turok got repeatedly insulted, then fucking died. Jesus.
True though.
Dauntless and the NPCs had front row seats. The rest of the lads got sat nosebleeds. True. Turok is literally too angry to die, loses fuckboy status in the process. In an attempt to flee, the rest of us being tepid about death and therefore more than killable, the League fended off angry orcs and a cheating magi.
Yeah.
Pat is sick. So recap's done. Of course, last session was the big Duvak fight. It turned out to be a very wholesome 1v1 with no shenanigans or cheating from outside sources. If you count the snake powers as outside sources, I guess you could
I was
consider
gonna
that.
say that's like sneaking.
Well, he's
a
got
gun
blood
in-
song, so
Well,
that's
yeah,
but
outside
that's-
powers as well.
That's like
but
sneaking a gun into a boxing ring and be like, no one helped me shoot my opponent.
My hand
dead."
just looks like
Well,
that.
if everything you brought into the arena is what you were able to use, then everything was kosher.
Well, I brought this button that
Well,
fires
if
tactical
he was a
nuclear strike.
warlock and he went into this fight, would it be fair? Literally all of his powers are coming from a third party, so...
That's true. I don't know.
Well, your moral compass on this one is quickly dismantled.
yeah.
Absolutely
Steel chair coming in from
owned.
the top rope.
It was the Duvak fight. It went
Turok Mania.
the equivalent of this one boxing match that I saw where no one was guarding and they were just punching each other in the face
Oh, is
repeatedly.
that the Asian guy?
Yeah, one the blonde Asian guy and like some guy with a mustache.
Japanese, I think.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
were just punching the shit out of each other. Like one hand was like clinching and the other one was just repeatedly socking each other in the face.
Yeah.
I think the Asian guy lost.
Don Fryer.
But yeah, the Sock and Boppers match ended with a Duvak victory. And everyone in the party kind of like, maybe we should have cheated. Or
Alec.
maybe you should. Yeah, it's up to you.
Barris was kicking the dirt there.
But with the results in mind, Duvak disposed of Turok's half-orc body and planted the glaive into the edge of the arena. By the time midnight struck, everything went back to normal, I guess, if you consider the new body that Turok is in as normal. He's still orcish in nature, but now has gone from relatively handsome down to average orc you see in the streets. But now is a full-blooded orc, as opposed to a half-orc. Still in possession of Bloodsong, but is now no longer in possession of his bag of holding squirrel. That creature is probably lost to the ages, but who knows? Maybe you could find it again in another life. Or you could go on an entire side journey to find this squirrel.
What if it eats itself? It just
Ah.
disappear.
What the
no.
squirrel I cut out? Oh, nope. There I go again. What the fuck is with this fucking connection?
The dog. It's the dog.
I don't know, maybe.
He's barking at the Wi-Fi.
Close the window.
The
You
party
leave it?
reconvened after being attacked by the orc shaman and a small group of hunters who were trying to get the glaive back, as you are essentially taking the guy's first place trophy right from underneath his nose while he is resting. Kind of dishonorable, if you ask me. But with everything in tow, you escaped, killing a majority of the orcs, with the exception of the shaman, who ended up being the last one on the field, and you guys teleporting out. Your wagon, while is not destroyed this time around, is buried 6 feet under, and it will require a decent excavation team to get the thing out. Not only that, there is probably going to be a lot of dirt.
It's in a hot spot as well. But...
Buried in.
It's like
I
right
mean,
outside,
considering we
but-
got found out anyway, it almost feels like a wasted effort at that point.
Yeah. They won't. They won't dig it up. They don't even use it.
Your destination was naturally going to be the university's teleportation circle. While you do have other places you can TP to, most of them would seem incredibly inappropriate to teleport to at this time, especially if you wanted to go back to Sanctus for whatever reason. Let's see. let me just check the date.
It's the 13th.
13th of July. Zen's quest is still on number 3. He still needs to get some water before he gets that one collected, but Pat is going to be out sick today, and I can erase these.
He's got to be drinking a real glass of water, I think.
Got him.
But we're going to go ahead and jump into 121 on the Frost campaign, starting off in the university's not university, but the first floor of the university, or ground floor for people who calculate that differently. Not saying who.
You don't you don't need to.
But as soon as you teleport in, I will say that technically speaking, it should be, because it did hit midnight, so realistically it shouldn't be the 13th anymore. It should be the 14th, because you hit midnight. So let me erase that one. So, a couple minutes after midnight, you appear in the university's teleportation room. Naturally speaking, most people are going to be asleep at this time. Even the most hardy of partying students know when it's good to go down for Betty Bye. Especially because it is, actually the 14th is a day of the week. Drop the pencil. Oh, never mind. It's a Saturday.
So there's partying.
There could be. But you wouldn't know until you step out of the university's teleportation room.
But I will carry. Well, I will not carry the horse out. I will. I will navigate the horse out of this room.
Wait, did the horse make it? We
Adam
got
didn't say-
fireballed like 5 times. Like
I don't know. Adam didn't say the horse died. So if the horse is dead, let me know, and we could retcon that.
I did forget about the horse, not gonna lie.
Are we saying it's dead?
You have... I mean, your summoned one is also dead, so reasonably speaking, I don't think there's any horses to deal with.
Okay.
Well, the reason
I think I
Elk is dead
fireballed
is
like 4 times.
Elk went in and decided to try and run. Trying to think of the tactical term for distracting the guy.
Distracting the guy.
Tired.
That's yeah. Okay. Well, so we arrived.
Interference.
Do you have the ore, the cube?
Both
Turok
vendors-
and
Oh, so they're not here. So the cube vanishes, or are we
or the-
outside
or
with
the-
the cube that we
or
can't move?
or the cube just drops on the floor.
Okay, so we
the
can't move that.
automaton and the corpse were carrying the box.
That's too heavy for us to move. So, and we don't know what it does.
It blinks.
We shouldn't leave it here.
No, so I can't move it. I'm weak. Laszlo's a weak man. Dorlus is
Alright.
strong. Varus is weak like me.
I blow the blood out of my nose from being hit repeatedly in the face. I'll just sit here on the box and just keep watch. Why don't you guys go get some?
I'm gonna go try and find the caretaker. See if he's got like a wheelbarrow or something we can get. That might be
That is
useful.
also a good idea.
I'll go look the halls for Caesar.
Well, I look between Varus and Lazo. Are you guys all good? Do your legs work all right?
Image is also still here. He's NPC. He's not.
Oh shit!
He's
You're strong as fuck. Do you think that you could lift this with the princess?
Yeah, thank you for noticing my extremely large biceps.
Yeah. So I was dancing. I was a bit delirious. Dancing for a minute does it in for you.
How much blood does he have on him? Is he all right? Is his blood mostly on the inside?
Well, he's covered by most of his layers of fur, and what can be seen on his person is, generally speaking, kind of bruised up. He's a tough old man, though.
Well, you promised some action and you got some, so there's that.
Not to this kind of extent that I would like to. I didn't get a swing in for that whole thing.
You got swung at.
Well, I
It's
don't.
like half of it, at least.
That's not the fun of it, though.
Well, if there's further work to be done, which could be a possibility, you may yet strike
I've
some
somehow
orcs.
lost a pencil. I don't use the pencils for anything but D&D. Oh, there it is.
The pencil gremlins.
They're real.
I pat Heimich on the shoulder and give him 10 HP.
Okay, where do you want to take this? We could probably crash at Kalos's room. Yeah, let's do that. Heimich.
We could bring it to Yerk and Roy's, I suppose.
No. No offense to Yerk and Roy, but like they're not exactly Fort Knox over there.
Well, this is true. It is a little more clandestine than
Do you think we should follow up on that just to see what it is before? I don't want to go off doing true extent of this, and the fact that none of you apart from Zen believe me.
I looked at look. It's not. I don't. It's not that I don't believe you. The box came from the sky.
Mhm.
But what has it done in our presence?
Flashed
Besides glow.
at the same time corresponding with what's going on the moon, and we know that it's. When I say moon, I sort of do sort of quotations with my fingers.
All right, I squat down on my haunches. Let's think this out. So
Sure.
it fell from the sky. So
Mhm.
I don't think blunt force will do anything to the box, assumably.
Okay.
I
We do
run
know
my
that
hands-
it's of material that we have seen elsewhere, and I sort of stamp my foot on the ground.
I'd
Its
start-
true nature, we don't really know. We've looked inside it, pretty similar to that as well. And every night at midnight, that flashes correspondence with something on the moon. So, knowing what we know about the moon, I don't really feel comfortable leaving it here knowing that.
All right, have we tried talking to it yet?
No.
Well, I don't speak that language, so.
But I think someone that may be able to help, or at least provide some more information, maybe would be the dean, considering the recent readings and such. But yeah, we would need to move that to Kalos's room, and we'll bunk there. Heimich, would you be up for further work? We may need to go northwards to Ostia at some point if you're down. Maybe a few of the other clan members to come with. Just want to know if you're in for something like that. I've got the money.
Well, since we're back in town, I would like to get at least one night's sleep in my old bed.
Sure, we got a few things to attend to, so I sort of lean down to him. How tall is he actually? I suppose I just lean forward a little bit and I shake his hand. Thank you.
Well, you know where to find me, and if the
Yeah.
place hasn't burned down in my understudies
Mhm.
tutelage, then I'll be back at the desk come tomorrow morning. Or actually, what time is it? This
It's a
morning.
Saturday.
This morning.
Okay. Well, I'll see you when I see you. Thank you very much.
Wait, but before
We
you
need
go,
to take
can you
this
help
to
us?
Kalos's room first.
Yes.
That's the last bit of work.
I help him pick up the box.
As you escort the box to Kalos's room, you realize that his room is not an open forum, and none of you have the door key.
I will use my thieves' tools to pick the lock.
Intrusion into Kalos's room requires a sleight of hand check.
And
The security around here is a bit higher than other places, and that lock is not going to give so easily.
Barris,
All right.
can
I
you
look
see if
at-
the caretaker.
I look at Kalos, or I look at
Kalos
Zat.
isn't here.
Not Kalos. Get Laszlo.
Yep.
I use my bonus action to ethereal step, and I ethereally pass through the door to the other side.
You're on the opposite side, judging by the interior and the race car. Bed decorated with horses. This is definitely the right room.
Is there some contraption of a lock that I would need to?
Don't
Is
be
it a normal
key.
door lock that I could just unlock from the inside now that I'm on this side?
There's a little switch that needs to be turned 90 degrees on the actual door handle itself, and one of those door chains.
I undo those things.
Ah, brilliant. I was going to turn into a little spitter then. After I'm getting a bit angry. Thank you. Awesome. Well, right through here.
Better than my idea.
You're going to break it off its hinges. What are you going to do?
I'm just gonna headbutt it.
Ain't gonna work. Could have been a bit loud though. Well, good idea. Let's take this in here and then we will rest for the evening. Heimich, just put it near the horse bed.
Actually, I'm not a total idiot. I wasn't gonna headbutt it. That's a joke. I was mostly just gonna say we get the janitor.
Sure. We'll put that there and then it's been a pleasure. Thank you for your service. Thank you for holding down the wagon while we had it at least.
I shake his hand.
It is old and bony, but full of strength. And as he shakes his hand goodbye, he departs, and with a turn of his body, escorts himself out of the campus area. You can find him at what is presumably going to be the Iron Bear clan's front desk come tomorrow morning, or rather this morning.
Alright, now that it's just the three of us in the room, I close the door and lock it. Alright, I sit crisscross applesauce on the floor in front of the box.
I totally steal the cool bed. Yep. What do you want to say?
Alright, so we have not tried talking to it yet, but we
Sure.
don't have the facilities to do so. It blinks at night.
Yeah, midnight.
And refresh my memory, Kalos said that the runes were deep speech runes that
Yep, which
He
we don't
understood.
speak. I could.
but they weren't in a coherent language, they were just like the runes to match the language. They were kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
numbers and sequences.
I could do comprehend languages if we want to do a proper check on it, but it's definitely one for either Caesar or the Dean to have a peruse. But considering we don't know what it is, we need to probably be pretty careful speaking around this thing, just in case. Paranoia and all.
I'd even be more hesitant to take it downstairs. Just
Yeah, that's what I'm
because
saying.
of-
We need to sort it
we don't
out
know.
up top first.
It was literally just dropped on us.
Refresh my memory, do we still have that orb
Yes,
Yes.
technically. Yeah.
at hand?
But Krios carries it around in a backpack on his back. So
Put it in a lead box, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, we don't have that currently.
or did we leave it in the?
Oh, I think we
university?
left it underneath. Yeah.
Did we? I can't remember.
Yeah,
which.
we left it underneath. Unless someone has said otherwise.
It is in one of those two places, either with
Yeah.
Krios
Not
or
on
it
us.
is,
We don't have access to it.
or it is
currently,
with,
so.
or it is with.
Alright,
the-
well, I guess if we're discussing this, I said it out
And we know
loud.
what that is as well. That's a tuning orb.
Did
for
the orb
chips.
ever blink? Maybe this is somehow...
Well, this is a cube, so. Upon further inspection, is it like a flat-faced cube, DM, or does it have any like, oh, this could fit into another cube and then be part of a wall or some kind of structure, or does it seem very like smooth and just like dark? What color
It's
is
as smooth as my brain, unlike your ugly, wrinkly brain.
it?
Ugly Winkles!
Thank you.
Gway! Think Hurdy thoughts.
Do they have any like ports on it? Like USB or whatever? Like,
Nope, it's flat.
just completely flat. Okay.
Forsooth, Laszlo,
When-
I have no idea of what this USB of which you speak.
When
Is it
it's
a new form
glowed-
of magic?
Is it glowing? It's glowing purple as well when it has glowed. When I've
thought it was-
witnessed.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't see anything.
I
You
didn't
don't
see
believe
it.
me.
No, I didn't. I don't. No. We saw. I saw the thing light up because I was with Kalos when it happened. So it's the moon that
Hmm.
question mark.
I've just bent the truth from the past. I've never lied. So. Trust me.
Sounds like something a liar would say.
Where'd that voice come from? So I think that's going to be our best bet because that's the only other person we can really talk to about this currently.
I put my hand on the box and I try and lay on hands the box.
Cool. Go ahead and deduct your lay on hands.
You get 5 points.
It says thank you. Okay.
And nothing happens.
Okay. Knowing what doesn't work just is useful.
Box, Douglas. I could have told you that wouldn't work.
Well, I don't know if where my magic
Worth a try.
comes
Worth a
from.
try.
I mean, this fell from the moon that is not in a million pieces.
It fell out of the sky, and then it corresponded with.
We don't know it fell from the moon. We just know it fell
Yeah,
from the sky.
it fell from the sky.
So wait, what is with the blinking? So the blinking of the moon is
So
separate.
the blink I saw on the moon a purple light corresponding and matching the blinks on this thing at midnight for a few nights in a row. And I tried showing you guys, and then it. Yeah.
What date
What date?
was the blinking on? Maybe it'll be repeated next month.
Well, it's happening. It's already happened already. It happens every night.
The blinking happens every single night.
It has done, yeah. Unless sometimes I haven't been able to see it because of cloud cover or something.
Blinking happens at midnight.
There's no discernible pattern to it either. It doesn't, equate to anything from what I can tell.
All right. Well, we missed it tonight, so we'll check again tomorrow night.
Well, yeah, I think we need to inform the dean of this strange object
Yeah, of course.
because we know its rough origin.
I'm doing that fucking Sherlock thing of like liberty,
Carrot.
thinking the tides, the blinking of the.
Well,
the
I think
clock.
maybe on some nights I may not be able to see it because it rotates. But if it's not a real moon, it may not rotate. So that's why I've been able to see it every night. So there's that.
So trivia: our moon, relative to the Earth, doesn't actually rotate. It always faces the exact same side. It revolves around the Earth, but it doesn't rotate itself because of the magnetism that.
There's no dark
Pulls it.
side. It's all dark.
Sure. Okay. So. If I take the dowsing rods and put that above it, does that correspond to be some kind of metal, or is this some like a stone box or something? It's quite
Dowsing
heavy.
rods don't actually work. That's just myth.
Well, the magical items that we got that I do work. If I put them above that, do they do like woo, metal detected?
There are some metal components in this thing.
Okay.
Actually, wait a minute. That's a good point.
Heat metal, that's it.
Is there like
Oh.
a cup of water in Callus's room by any chance?
Does he have a bathroom?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. I've never really looked around here. I just saw the funny bed and didn't see much more of it. He's
Nope,
probably got a
there's
bathroom
a
in here.
public water closet because that kind of indoor plumbing is not available yet. We gotta keep it medieval somehow.
Um.
And
I take out a needle.
You want water? Because I've got water.
Well, if we could make like. Actually, wait. Do we?
I have
I
the
think
magic.
I-
I have the magic water cup that we found in the
I-
desert.
Yeah, that's good. I think we should probably wait before tampering because it may be something that's known.
No. I'm not going to tamper with the box. Do we have
Okay.
a compass?
You have me.
I appreciate that, but that doesn't help.
damn,
Specifically a compass.
burn.
Ooh! Nick out in the window.
Because I take out one of the several needles I have.
We've got that goddamn one that he got from a leprechaun.
I wonder if this is magnetic.
But we got the one from the leprechaun.
But that's magic. That's not.
Yeah.
I try and stick a needle onto the box. Does it stick? Actually, would I know what magnets are?
Have magnets been invented yet?
No,
But compasses
yeah,
do
compass
exist.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you would know that there's magnets.
I'm trying not to like be a dick about it, but I'm
Be a
trying to think
science
of, like,
guy, but I'm not a Bill Nye.
Just as a cool fact, the plural of cactus is cacti, but the plural of compass is not compi.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you.
Oh, haha, very funny. No, but if we get like a cup of water, I could.
Okay.
I
Well,
literally hold the
he's
cup,
got a
the
cup of
magic,
water.
the magic cup of water. Photo
There you
Okay.
go.
scissors.
All right, I remember you need a needle and a cup of water, but I do not remember what you need to do with them specifically to make it a compass.
Supposed to
Um,
rub the
the-
needle with a magnet.
Rub the
yeah.
needle on the box if you think it's magnetic, and then it will go towards it if it's magnetic.
I rubbed the needle on the box. I know.
There's some weird dragonborn in Kalos' room rubbing needles on boxes.
I put the needle in the water. This is not what I had in mind, but I guess
The needle
this works
doesn't
as well.
float in water.
You
You
need to put a
also,
leaf on it, don't you?
yeah, you do.
I have a leaf analog. Actually, we're in his room. Does he have paper? I'll just take like a bit of paper.
There's probably paper in Kalos' room. One of them reads as "My thesis." You tear off a piece of paper.
Front
No,
page.
I have a pocket notebook. I have a pocket
My-
notebook. I'll just tear
my
a page
secret-
out of it.
Only my eyes only. My diary.
I just a
Worst
little corner.
fears.
Oh, says
phobia.
here.
I've been in the
Why would
wild
he
for
write
a
that
while, and the
down?
princess is looking pretty attractive.
Whoa! Uh-oh.
List of all gay thoughts.
What a lot of pages here. No.
Volume 6?
Where the fuck?
Come
This
on,
guy's
guys,
a
we can't be doing this
published-
to Henry while he's not here.
This guy's a published author.
I mean,
I started it though.
we've heard him complain about the way how his Baldur's Gate playthroughs have going, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh, I just fell in my mouth, dude. I don't Oh, well, that got out of the way. Okay.
No, I take a little piece of paper out of my own notebook and just use that as a leaf analog. And then I put the needle on that, and then I just see if anything happens.
There's a needle floating on a piece of paper.
I've never even seen this toddler. What's this supposed to do?
The piece of paper absorbs the water and begins to sink.
Okay, that's not conclusive.
What are you
one way
trying
or
to do?
another.
I can maybe help you.
I don't know. I'm just maybe this is magnetic, and I knock on the box.
It sounds very dense. Kind of like feels like knocking on a computer case.
You're gonna be like kind of like Nautilus.
I mean, we carry around a lot of metal armor and weapons. Like, I feel like if this thing was was that magnetic, that we'd have to worry about it being that being the reason.
Okay.
Well,
I
not
think we would
like
notice.
super magnetic, but like faintly magnetic.
Have
I
I
agree
seen
with you
anything
otherwise.
like this on the Spelljammer in the hangar? Like just like a panel segment or something? Like...
Wait, you handed me a cup of infinite
No.
water. What happens if I just turn it upside down? Does it just perpetually flood the place?
It's not infinite. It's like infinite per day. So.
Never
Oh,
spill this thing. That'd be scary.
Well, that's
That'd be really scary.
You just tip it upside down. Just
Whoops! I
It's
left
just the
it for.
fucking horn that Thor was made to drink.
Oh yeah, the endless city.
Well, it's technically just the ocean.
Yeah, like that guy that drinks the ocean in that one clip.
Oh, right, the fat guy with
Yeah, he's just like he
the
burps and stuff.
desalinating straw thing.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna drink the ocean. Is his name like Big Chug or something?
I'm sure that's his username. He would certainly be living up to his name.
Yeah.
We tried opening it to very little avail. It smashed into the ground at high speeds, doing nothing.
I mean, Kalos did
Well, there was a seam on
pry
it.
it open. There is
Yeah.
like
Well, yeah, but it's super
probably
dense.
someone a little with finer fingers than yours should probably be the one to try to open it.
Well, no, we did open it. Was my point, and it got.
It was
very
empty
little
aside from like mechanisms inside.
But the fact it has mechanisms inside it alludes to it's got a purpose. Whether that's to distract or annoy me, that could be one of them. I've debated that being a thing. Some joker up on the moon.
What does it smell like?
Neutral.
It's not like oily. It's not like fast moving parts. I mean, it was fast moving parts, but it's not like a well oiled
Yeah.
machine.
Okay. Well, I think we should just wait until we can see the dean in the morning. Maybe catch them when they're going to get breakfast or something, if they even do breakfast. And then yeah, let them know that we've got something and we're back, and take it from there.
All right, we do need a more secure way to lock the door that won't lock us out.
Yeah.
We'll work it out.
I'm in a hut.
Nah, no.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm gonna sleep sitting up against the box.
Well, sorry
Hard,
for your
nice
back.
90-degree angle.
Yeah, it's not gonna be good for your back, buddy.
Well, if someone tries to steal it,
It'll be me. I'm gonna steal it.
The moment we get back, someone steals
Do
it
you
straight
want one of
away.
us? Do you want me and Laszlo to rotate when we rest? One of us stays up and the other rests, if that will make you feel better.
Sure. Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Go sleep in the bed.
I mean, all right, I won't say no.
I don't want you sleeping 90 degrees. It's gonna break your back doing that. Okay. Well, we'll wait until the morning, and yeah, then we'll take from there. Let's get this night over with. So.
8 hours later, the party awakens in Kalos's room. It is quiet, except for when everyone starts to get up around 7 a.m. on a Saturday. There's the sound of bunks squeaking as people crawl out of them from their nighttime activities, some groaning with a hangover. Others are morning people and can reasonably get up without so much as sighing too loudly.
Box
And-
is still there, right?
The box is present, and you can hear footsteps of people exiting their dormitories on the other side of the door in the hallway. There is no local alarm system or someone going up and down the hallway with a pot and pan and a wooden spoon,
Get up.
but maybe it's because it's a Saturday, or maybe it's because that's not the protocol. But either way, you are awake and must feed.
I just cast the good berry. I'm not gonna waste too much time on.
I mean, we are in the university. You don't have to.
We're
They're
not
not
students. We have to
university,
pay for a meal. I'll just eat this berry.
All right.
Okay. God, Lord above, Jesus. I shouldn't say that because that's not a person. Let us depart this room and search for. Oh, I can't take the. I'm gonna search for Caesar. I'm gonna get a wheelbarrow.
All right.
Or
I
do we
want
want? Wait, before we do that, do we want to leave the thing in the room? Maybe even have
No.
one of us stay here while we get the dean and just have him come look at it
But he's
first.
probably
I
busy.
am glad you mentioned that. I wanted to try eating one of the pancreases today.
But we want to get this sorted first. Before you go cooked out eating the pancreas.
Well,
Hey,
I
we
can
need-
just sit here.
Yeah, but we need you to
Yeah,
be.
but you'll be
You'll be
at it- you
defending
won't
this. I don't want you to be zoinked out eating a pancreas.
be staring off into space, and
Yeah. What if someone comes in and just kills you and steals
the
it?
whole point of someone staying here is that someone can lock the door, and then we
And be
can.
alert.
You want I should summon elk?
Or
I
maybe
don't
you
want you to
could
eat
do
a
this.
pancreas. Can we get this
and we
sorted
can
out of
do
the
this
way
later.
first, and then you can do that later?
Okay.
I think that might be safer. So if you want to stay and guard this thing, not eat the
Alright.
pancreas, that would be great. And
Also,
then we'll.
elk is a giant griffin. He's not going to fit in this room.
It doesn't have to be a giant griffin, right?
I can summon him as just normal elk.
But like, aren't all the steeds large creatures anyway? So
Yes.
like
Ah.
even yeah.
And we're in a university. Just stick in this room, guard it with your life. You'll be fine. We'll be back.
Oh,
I'll even.
I just thought of something. I think at the spider, if I take hallucinogenics, this won't mess with you, will it? Not the connection isn't like that.
Maybe it's just fed up with you. I don't know. I don't think you should have hallucinogenics today. But we can cross that bridge when we get, I suppose, regardless.
Well, yeah,
When we're on
I
like
don't
a
want to. I don't want to freak our new spider friend out and like
well,
mess with.
I think
I
it's
don't
just
think
it
the
doesn't
spider is
work like
watching
that.
as closely as you think.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'll.
don't
I'll
eat the pancreas,
no,
please.
no, I won't. I won't. I'll just stick here with the box.
Just check my hair in my mirror, and then yeah, I'm ready to roll, Varys. If you want to go try and find some
Billy?
people,
We'll be back in a flash.
yeah, well, I'll do a little triple knock on the door to let us know it's us.
I lock the door behind them, and then I sit in front of the box, and I'm just going to start poking at the box with the tail tip bone that I have.
All right. Kind of looks like one of those chimpanzees with the square block and a round hole thing.
I just start prodding the box randomly until I think of something else to do with the box.
The rest of you exit the dorm and out into the campus grounds. Caesar can be found in the fountain in the center. Currently is sweeping around the area with a very comically large broom handle.
Start with Caesar. Ask him if he
You're right there.
is there any students in the immediate vicinity, or is Caesar? Do they basically like do the thing that most students do? Is like, oh, we see the janitor, we're gonna take a wide turn and not stand on top.
Gonna hit me with the big broom.
Students here well know enough to make sure that you don't re-dirty the grounds that the janitor is cleaning, lest you get an earful and a thwack in the back of the head with a very dense feather duster. Mostly because it has a wooden core.
That'll hurt.
Right. We approach Caesar.
I'm going to get some water, be right back.
He stands there sweeping. You can see a large accumulation of dirt that is ready to be put into the dustpan, and then presumably tossed into where actual dirt is on the campus. But the paved stone around here is no place for dirt.
Trying to think. Where do we start?
Well, I'm gonna go up. Hello, hey Caesar, how you doing? We're back in the city of Solholm. How you doing? That pig?
Where is it?
We have an item that mutual concern is related to. We were hoping either you or the dean could come take a look. We're unsure of its nature currently, and maybe need a wheelbarrow. It's quite heavy. If you are available at any
If
point
it's
today,
that
is.
big, and it needs a wheelbarrow, I don't think you should be parading it around in broad daylight.
It's in our mutual friend Kalos's room currently. We managed to sneak it away. We got back about midnight yesterday. But yeah, if you have
we're not planning on moving it unless we need to.
it's an unknown thing, and
we don't want to take it downstairs unless we can identify, unless we have at least some kind of assurance that it's not
bad.
dangerous.
Yeah. So if you have any opportunity today to either inform the dean or you can.
Well, we're probably gonna go check on and see if he's not too busy and let him know. But it's there. We're just trying to figure out what it is at the moment.
Yeah, it's an unknown, and obviously, bringing something like that onto a university or even elsewhere in the university is probably not wise. So we've taken precautions. Want to let you know, and yeah, maybe need a wheelbarrow to help carry this thing.
How did you get it into Kalos's room?
We had Daedalus and a local friend from the Iron Bear clan called Heimlich help us. He's a very strong man. As you see, I'm not a very strong man, nor is Varys. But once that was done, they departed, and Daedalus is currently looking after it.
All right.
Logistical nightmare, essentially.
Well, why don't you take yourselves, without the box,
Yep.
up to the office.
Okay.
see if there's no one who can lend you an ear,
Sure.
and we'll take it from there.
Sounds good.
Worst case scenario, I get a blanket to throw over it.
Sure.
Like I said, it's
We don't know the
Not-
source of it and what it
yeah.
does yet, so I don't want to bring it anywhere which will be bad.
there's no. I think Kalos checked it. There's no magic emanating off it, but like as we know, that might not necessarily mean it's not dangerous given who it might have come from. So
It's mechanical
yeah,
in nature. It has certain language on it and flashes in correspondence to the moon. So every midnight. So it's kind of freaky, and knowing what we know of the moon, definitely freaky. So yeah, to discern its nature is the goal here.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
we'll head up to
be
the
on your way.
yeah. Goodbye. We're gonna go up the stairs, see if there's a queue on a Saturday. Probably shouldn't be, but if there is, then wait in the queue. See if we can get a chat with the dean.
At this time, surprisingly enough, there is a queue. It appears to be 3 gentlemen. One of them has a bruise across his left eye, and the other 2 look to be his compatriots and are basically here as moral support.
Oh, what happened? I say, so I lean forward to these guys. What happened?
You a guard?
Do I look like a guard? No, I'm just a Laszlo.
Maybe you're in
aren't
disguise.
aren't you literally a bodyguard, Laz?
Yeah, but I'm not a guard. I'm a guard of sorts. Yeah. Not figuratively.
I've never seen
yeah.
you around here before. You're not a professor.
He's just
No.
a curious old man. You don't have to answer his questions.
Retirement home's back in town.
I'll get him back there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was. Fuck you.
Well, we got here
sort of
first, so...
yeah, I know. I'm just trying to make conversation. That's all. But I won't.
Alright.
So fuck you. And I can sit down.
There's only one bench, and you're sat next to the guy who was just berating
Yeah.
you.
Cross my arms.
There is
You fuck-
only
You fuck.
half of an arm's length between you and him, so
Yeah.
that
Well, he's not gonna fucking try anything. He's a kid.
as you wait, soon afterwards, the secretary opens the door and has the kid with the bruised eye step in. His 2 compatriots wait outside, leaning up
Sort of
against the door
stonewalling.
frame. Long, awkward stares go on for about 5 minutes. The other 2 begin just having conversations between each other about assignments that are due, teachers that are more or less very equitable with running late assignments,
What
and
program does it sound like they're part of?
make a intelligence check.
I'm just gonna do this on the board because I'm too lazy to fish my dice out. Ooh, dirty 20.
Judging by their conversation, they appear to be in a type of alchemical.
Oh, I'm failing their class now.
Well, I'm friends with Eugene, and I say
Yeah.
you're Dick. I'm telling him to mark it down.
Kill you. Eat this pebble.
But judging by their talk, they're talking about experiments, reagents, and all sorts of other alchemy-based conversations. On top of that, where to get some of these rare ingredients, so that they can actually fulfill their final assignments.
Oh wow, sounds pretty fucking nerdy. Jeez. Oh god, I'm funny. I diverse. Oh,
You're a little
anyway,
salty. You don't like that they called you old, so you're just like,
You called me old, you bastard. They didn't use. You said old, and he said retirement home. So you're about as bad as each other. I'm not even that old. I'm over it. Fine. Let's just see if we can get this shit done. I don't even. Well, Glad someone bruised his fucking eye. That's all I'm saying. Right.
As the young man steps out, he looks to be in the same condition. His eye didn't magically heal, but he seems to have gotten his business taken care of, and he and his two compatriots exit without giving you a howdy doody or good day, sir, or not even a small tip of the hat.
Thank God. All right, Vash, you go ahead. I'll be behind you. You can lead this conversation.
Sure thing.
Follow me, old.
As you poke your head in, the secretary looks at you, notices that you are not students. Oh boy, what is it this time?
Quick
Don't even. Okay.
conversation. Hopefully. Yep, we just want to inform the headmaster of just something
matter.
we stumbled on in our last outing. So
Wow. Is it something that we should be concerned about? Implementing another rule?
No,
Are you
think so.
sure?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
If it's that important, alright. Let's see if he's willing to talk.
Okay.
The secretary gets up out of his desk, knocks on the door. Again, the new dean doesn't use the pocket dimension for his office, he just uses the actual office. You're all set. Go ahead and do whatever it is you came to do here. Hopefully it doesn't involve implementing a ban on something again.
Okay. You're a lot calmer than you were last time. It's nice.
Thanks. I haven't had my coffee yet.
Okay. Well, thank you. Open the door.
While they're doing that, can I try something on the box?
Does it involve licking it?
No, I thought about that, but that's more of a joke than anything else. Mold earth specifies it works on stone or dirt. I wanted to write on the box using mold earth.
Well, it is going to be out of the purviews of what you're trying to do.
Okay.
It is not stone nor dirt.
Then I look for a writing implement that is not a pencil, I guess. Or I could use a pencil if all else fails. But
You're trying to write on something that is pitch black with
Yeah.
a pencil, which is graphite, which is a tone less than pitch black.
He's
All right,
gonna.
I'll come.
It's like writing on a blank piece of paper with
Is
a
it
white.
gonna be like that Simpsons episode where Bart shakes up that fucking beer and then Homer opens it and shouts April Fools? We just see Callus's room's roof like in the air, like he's writing on it.
Come back to me. I'm thinking.
sounds like we gotta hurry.
He's gonna put a pancreas in it in a minute. It's just, time is ticking.
Well, I'm trying to think of what like lightly.
What can I
colored-
do? I'll. He thought about licking it, but restrained himself.
Actually, if I do a quick survey of his room, and more specifically the desk, what sort of writing implements are we looking at?
Henry's gonna watch the stream. He's gonna be so stressed out that
Get
like
out my
Nautilus is
room!
poking around.
You left him in your room.
Writing implements just include a quill pen and a corked inkwell, stack of papers used for writing things. In terms of charcoal pencils, typically speaking, they are not used for writing because they are kind of thick around the tip in such a way that it doesn't really do well with writing fine cursive writings.
He builds things.
He has not invented the Bic pen yet.
Damn it! No.
What I was thinking is like schematics. Does he have like a white charcoal pen thing? What the fuck do architects
Chalk.
use?
Do you mean
Yeah.
chalk?
A white
I don't
chalk thing.
Wow,
White
I am
thing.
very tired.
Okay.
Does he have chalk, like architect chalk?
I eat the chalk.
Generally speaking, no, he doesn't have a blackboard or something that would require chalk.
Dang,
But
this
he does
room's
have
good.
ink. I poked my head out the door. Are there
Poke
people
your head
around?
out the door, and at this time, there are not many people going about. A single person seems to be exiting their dorm with a very rough bed head and scratching behind their ear. As you notice them, they notice you. Definitely not a student here. And they
Hello.
kind of just. Morning. And they turn
you,
and walk away.
you don't happen to have chalk, do you?
No, I usually write in ink.
Do you have light colored ink?
It's black. I'm gonna get
Hey.
breakfast.
You said he looks scruffy. Does he look drunk?
No, he just looks like anyone who wakes up in the morning with bedhead.
Oh, okay.
Born that he doesn't recognize, asking him weird
I look
questions.
at Varys and his senses are tingling. He's like,
There-
something's going on.
Paris
Like,
gets like a
disturbance, man.
nosebleed, like, huh.
Something's
Feel a
happening. I don't
disturbance in
like.
the force.
It tastes like something's wrong.
Some guy's trying to eat chalk.
You know, I'll just take one of his, one of Kalos's black charcoal things, and I'm gonna just write on the box. I know it's black on black, but still, whatever. Hi, I'm Dauntless.
Like the Death Note, you've marked yourself for Death Note.
Well, because if I'm trying to communicate with the box, here's my thought process. The box isn't going to be able to see itself. It's just going to respond to the writing, less so like what the writing looks like. So it doesn't need to. I'm just going to write that on the box.
He's winging
the
it.
best I
He's
can.
really.
You
Okay.
write on the box. It's very difficult to see because it's black on black, but you feel satisfied that you've written your statement to the best of your reading skills.
And the box does not react.
Nope.
Okay. All right. That's.
I was going to entertain you then and be like, because it's not midnight, Andrew. We need to do it at midnight.
I lock.
I don't know.
I lock the door. I make sure to lock the door. And then I go back to sitting on the floor next to the box and thinking.
He poses. Alright. The people over in the dean's office, you are let in and Master Summerwatch is sat behind his desk. He takes several papers from one stack and files them into another with a magical mage hand that is his little buddy, moving things to and from other parts of his office, manually moving other stacks of paper, and he sees that you enter, but does not reduce his stride in any kind of way. Eventually, once his paper stacks are in what is presumably the right place, he sits down at the desk and kind of combs his hair back with his fingers in such a way that he looks more presentable.
What up? What how you doing? All been good since we've last talked?
Yes, what up indeed. Quite
No, I'm just
informal
trying to-
way of
I'm trying to
speaking
keep it light.
to the
Yeah.
headmaster of a prestigious college.
So, we may have stumbled on an artifact of mutual interest on our last trip out. We don't know what it does. We don't think it's inherently magical, but at the same time, who knows with these artifacts? So, we
Yeah,
are in
it's got
possession of
the.
it.
It's from the sky, deep speech, mechanical. Same metals, likely of what's down below. So yeah, it's in Kalos's room right now. And yeah, we don't know what it is or what it does. It flashes at midnight in correspondence to a light that flashes on the moon. And it's kind of concerning, and I don't want to leave it here or bring it any further anywhere without knowing its true nature. So
Trying to
you probably,
describe this to someone is like some schizo shit.
if I've been put in a corner here by
I
my
just like
friends.
it. It's like, all right, look, we found a box, and the box it blinks, and when you look at the moon at midnight,
I know. How
I was
crazy it sounds.
literally just gonna leave it at artifact from our mutual friend. But that's,
Well, he needs to know the details. Come on, like he needs to
if
know.
he wanted to
this isn't
if he wanted to take
funny.
a peek at it
Like-
during the day before we go, because I know the rule is we have to go do the heavier research at night. So my thought was, if he wanted to,
This is the biggest schizo shit.
Well, I've been made into a schizo by people I know, so I know it sounds bad, but you would be the best person, considering what you've been reading as of late, to possibly give us a hand in discerning this, and obviously not bringing it anywhere dangerous that you may deem it to be dangerous on your grounds. So, yeah. I've been through the ringer with it recently. Had a lot of people denying what I've seen. I know it looks bad, but trust me. I sort of sit back like valiantly, like I've won something, but I haven't. Yeah, that's my
Right.
side of things. How about you? What have you been up to?
Maintaining the very prestigious university that I am now the head of, while also dealing with local politics and people constantly coming to me asking if I can fix Valkyrie's Ascent with a snap of my fingers. I don't know what rumors are going about my capabilities as Master of Arcana and now Headmaster of the university, but
Wow.
things are getting kind of weird outside of the campus facilities of what
Yes.
is
I mean, in their
able to
defense,
do.
people within Solholm, you're probably well and above a lot of the other people.
I don't blame them for that fact, but I do blame them for coming to the gates and pestering the university guards to let me in. I must speak to the fancy magic man.
They're ugly and I hate them.
I mean, I guess we still technically haven't ruled out just marching up there ourselves, but like we don't really have an end goal or like.
I mean, what's there to fix? It's like a force of nature, literally.
Trust me, it's
You know more than most, Varys, so that's not an easy task.
and it never. I don't.
You
I'm gonna
didn't
go on
win,
a
did
limb
you?
and say, DM, we never dealt with anything on this scale that they're dealing with on Valkyrie's Ascent. So,
Well, it's a Jarl's hunting grounds as well, buddy. Like, it's a whole thing.
like the forest was like a bunch, like a weird pocket, but it never looked like this. I'm assuming DM, it never. This is like on a whole new level from what I dealt with.
It's like that, but bigger.
Is it like if someone recently spilt like a cup of water, but this fucker spilt the whole jug and then the swimming pool?
Have you ever seen this one video of a guy who is digging a trench in the beach? And it starts off as a tiny little sliver of sand, but you can see a tiny trickle of water. Eventually, the erosion of the sand and the water flowing through it causes it to become what is essentially a tidal pool.
Oh,
And
those
then
little
eventually-
wave things.
And then it becomes bigger than that, and it's a straight-up torrent, and it's splitting the beach in half.
That is it. That we'll get into that.
You're basically at the torrent part.
Okay. Well, yeah, bad, pretty bad. But you know, it's like when you fight a river, you never win. The water always flows. So I mean, we could look into it, close the pocket, maybe reduce some of it, but we don't know the full nature of the pocket or the reasoning. But, you know, sounds busy. Sounds like you've had a lot going on. But yeah, that's the unfortunate dilemma we bring to you. It's too unknown to haul around, and it's heavy as fuck as well. Pardon my language, but it's very heavy. Yeah, so if you have any capacity today, if at all, then we could resolve that and have a little look-see. Hopefully, discern some of it.
Well, I'll need to obviously take a look at it, and I don't know if Kalos's room is the best place to be storing it right now, considering what origins it might be from.
Sure.
You should get it into a more secure location.
My one concern, and I kind of lower my voice, as if that would actually help, is that it was literally dropped in front of us. So I don't know if that was intentional or just by complete accident. But as safe as downstairs is,
We don't know its true nature to bring it down there. It could be could be detrimental to.
we didn't want to at least. I didn't want to. Yeah, we didn't want to bring it there until at least you and us and you were in agreement that that was the best place for it.
Well, it's either a regular student's dormitory or the more secure area below. would not recommend maintaining its current position for too long.
Yeah, we'll one of us is watching it right now, and we're gonna head right back there as soon as this meeting is adjourned, and then we'll figure out. Like I said, we'll just set a plan, and then we'll figure out how to deal with the thing.
I'll bring it down to the Undercroft as soon as it's available to move, which should be, reasonably speaking, sometime soon.
I think you should look at it first.
Well,
Personally.
then bring it over.
It's too heavy to move.
Generally speaking, I am not permitted in the student dorms for confidentiality reasons.
So how about this instead? How about a compromise? Since we're probably usual meeting place, around the usual meeting time, we'll bring it there then, and you can assess it in those circumstances.
Sure. Yeah, we need a
Or would you
wheelbarrow.
rather?
So
Or would you rather it here instead? If we could.
Well, if it's
Okay.
too heavy for you people and you need a wheelbarrow, it would probably be very encumbering to bring it up the many stairs to this office in the first place.
Yep.
So, bring it to the entrance to
Sure.
the underground library. We'll make sure that Caesar cordons off the area, make sure no students are within line of sight or hearing, and we'll proceed from there. If all goes well, then maybe we'll have a new tool or implement in our arsenal,
Possibly,
whatever this thing
possibly.
is.
Sure.
All right.
All right. Well, what time?
8 to
8?
9
8 to 9. Okay.
p.m. if it wasn't painfully obvious.
Sure. All right. See you then.
With
Alright,
everything taken care of, what are you doing with the box?
before they get back,
I need to do more.
I cut my palms with a dagger.
Oh my God!
I'm
No,
gonna
Andrew.
start rubbing blood into the box.
Right, you go ahead and take a damage point of piercing as you slash your hand open.
Both hands.
Both hands, wow.
He's gonna pass out. He's gonna be passed out in Dragonborn.
You begin to
Ooh.
do the worst child's finger paint over the surface of the box that is available to you. It does not seem to be very well kept, as the surface is mildly hydrophobic, and your blood begins to pool around the bottom of the box, seeping into the floor.
Alright, that doesn't do anything. So I squeeze my fists and then I'm gonna do 2 points of healing. So I stymie my own blood and I don't pass out.
Wow.
Could pass out. That'd be kind of cool, right?
I take out a candle.
I like you're like
no.
a cat that's been left at home,
I put the
and it's
candle
like
on the box and I'm gonna try to light the candle.
Do you have a book of matches?
No, but I have a flint and steel.
Well, it is...
Oh, I have a tinder box also.
Go ahead and make a survival check to light the candle.
oh God.
Dirty
I need
20.
one of those.
Using the
That's how many rooms
tinderbox
get set
revolves
for.
you taking around a small tuft of material, very large surface area, light, fluffy, and dry. You begin to spark it with the flint and steel until eventually it catches fire, at which point you transfer the fire to the candle. It's at this point the rest of the party would be knocking at the front door.
I leave the candle
I
on
do the
box
3
and
knots that I said I would.
It's like 1 minute. I'm just lighting a candle.
Hello.
Well, I leave.
My hands are full.
I leave the candle on the box. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I let him in.
What's the password? Yeah.
I literally. Well, Alec can attest to this. This is how I handle it at work. If people knock on the door, I just shout hello angrily, and then if it's someone I recognize, I let them in.
Wow.
That doesn't
But if
account for
I-
anyone that can do an impression of someone. What, Christopher Walken? Wow, let me
I don't
in.
recognize Christopher Walken. I wouldn't allow him in.
I don't
What do
remember
you
hiring
mean?
him
How
at
do
the
you not
booth.
know who I am?
This
It could be
guy is
Christopher Walken, or it
crazy.
could be a
Ooh.
skinwalker.
Is that the famous king of pop, Michael Jackson, at my door? Deceased king of...
Yeah, King of Hop.
He didn't die. He just went home.
Well, I let them in, and then I go back to the box, and I start walking around the box with the candle, like kind of
You
putting
good?
the heat
You see
close
that the
to
box is surrounded by a small perimeter of blood seeping into the carpeted floor.
Okay, what happened here?
Yo, Dawdles, next time if you're that
What
worried
happened,
about getting
happened here? Okay.
stir crazy while we're gone, one of us can stay and watch it instead.
I just want to know what
Oh,
happened here. What are you trying? I'm curious.
I put blood on the box.
Okay, that rules that out. What have you learned?
First German reference, thank you.
Loot get maybe?
The blood did not seep into the box. It instead seeped under the carpet. I tried writing on the box. The box did not react. I poked at the box.
Okay.
It did nothing.
All right, I'll put that in the notebook. Put that in your notes.
I'm testing heat on the box.
Okay. Well, considering this fell out the sky and it was unscathed, heat
I'm just
probably.
waiting on Henry's reaction.
Well, there's now blood of a princess in his room, so it's stained into the carpet, so that's.
I'm still
a nice
walking
gift.
around the box, kind of like with the.
If
candle
bathwater
close to
is
it.
one tier, I'm sure blood is several higher than bathwater.
What, like selling it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or advanced
Yeah.
simping.
Well, that's just on the card, but that's a nice little gift for whenever they need the room again. But we've got a meeting time later today with this whole thing. The only thing we need to get is a wheelbarrow, and considering you're the strongest out of us three, you will be operating said wheelbarrow.
Does the heat do anything to the box?
It has a mildly reflective surface so that the light of the candle is mirrored in an opaque fashion.
So the problem with this will be we'll need maybe a block and tackle and some rope to lift this up into the wheelbarrow. So I may need to just pop to the general store, maybe cauliflowers in town. So if someone else wants to come with, maybe.
Callus leave us with a bunch of rope for.
Yeah, but we don't have a block and tackle. We could try and block and tackle makes things easier to lift.
Okay.
Back when we were doing the old Annupolis rebuild, there was a few people using that. Zen was operating some people to tell them to lift things and such.
Well, I do have a 10-foot pole we could use as like a.
I'm just saying, getting into a wheelbarrow and covering it up will be.
I think we should we need a rule, like next campaign, no 10-foot pole.
That's impossible.
Nah, get the fuck out of here. The 10-foot
Yeah, come on, are you crazy?
Can we
11
make a list of when it's
Adam, everything is 8 foot.
Alec, the 10-foot pole is my equivalent of maybe it's lupus.
I think it's literally
has
like
it actually
his second
done anything
arm.
that
Yes.
It set off a couple of traps.
Okay.
Adam is whittled down by the 10-foot pole.
Well,
I think
90% of the time it's being used for something that honestly the result is going to be null anyways.
Yeah. You could use it to poke something on the ceiling. There are lots of uses for it. It's a pole. It's just a 10-foot reach essentially. Pretty good. But yeah, I'm gonna go find Caesar, see if he has a wheelbarrow. Groundskeeper Caesar.
Alright, I wick out the flame on the
You can
candle.
stay here, I guess.
Okay.
If you want, if you just want to come with me, and Varys could stay here, but you're not gonna cut yourself and put it on there. Are you?
No, I already did that.
But you didn't try elf blood. It could be different. I make a funny face, and I'm gonna go get a wheelbarrow.
I mean, I don't think the type of blood matters so much, but
What was I gonna look for?
I'll either buy it from a general store, and then get a block and tackle as well, if possible.
I know exactly what I was looking for.
Block
I'll
and
do that.
tackle is going to cost you 25 gold pieces.
I'm gonna ask Cauliflower as well. When lifting like heavier objects, is other than a block
Lift
and
with your
tackle,
legs.
lift with your legs. But if it's like quite heavy, maybe like a chest or something like that with some stuff inside. What are there any other pieces in here that would be useful for that? For like leverage to maybe get. I need to get it into a wheelbarrow to move it around.
Well, you tip the end of the wheelbarrow down,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can just shove the damn thing in there.
Okay.
If it's that heavy, then maybe you should consider getting someone to assist you. You look kind of scrawny there, youngin'.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
When I
Okay.
tried my lay on hands, it just did nothing, right?
Yep.
I wonder what magic missile would do.
Please, Varus, you're with him, by the way. So you you can control him. Do
Okay,
not magic missile.
We are not in some. We're not in a lab in a environment. You're going to cause more damage, I think, than.
Well, if
You've
it
not
does
seen
in
Harry
fact,
Potter.
if
You've
it
not
does in
seen
fact
Harry.
reflect magic,
Dauntless.
that is interesting in and of
Dauntless.
itself.
Dauntless.
Yes.
The whole point we're doing this is that we can poke at it and research it. So please don't burn down Callus's room because you have absolutely zero patience and attention span.
I'm employing the scientific method here.
Your scientific method is going to cause more damage to us than you realize. So please. I take it from someone who was trapped in a windowless room with you and you tried to literally set a carpet on fire.
Oh fucking hell! I
Your
forgot
scientific
about
method
that.
is not so scientific in many opportunities as often as you think.
Okay,
All
I'm gonna
right, but I'll
return.
prod at this when we have safer accommodations.
Caesar typically uses his wheelbarrow to move pockets of dirt from one spot where native plants are used as decorations. As soon as you ask him for it, you just see him unceremoniously dump out the dirt onto the side of the road, and just like, all right,
Thank you.
I'm gonna want
Question,
that back.
DM.
Of course, of course.
Question, DM.
Huh?
I'm looking at my spell list for like alternatives in case the wheelbarrow thing for some reason doesn't shake out. And now this is gonna sound like a really dumb question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. Do gorillas exist in this world?
Yeah.
Okay.
How else did the people become people, Varys?
Okay. In my background.
My ancestor.
I could turn in. I entered into the room with the wheelbarrow, and I knock on the door, and then I've got the block and tackle in the wheelbarrow. Hello,
Alright.
I'm here.
No time like the present. I'm gonna try and lift the box and put it in the wheelbarrow.
Strength check.
Oh, I did. I can't help him, can I?
Very weak.
$14.
Too heavy, ma'am.
I got this block and tackle. Is there any beams in this room that we could
Nope,
throw a
you'd
bit of
have
rope
to
over?
you'd have to bore a hole in the ceiling.
Well, it's still the morning.
We
right?
can't
We
move
haven't-
this thing.
It's not even noon yet, right?
Yeah, but we can't even move this thing, and we don't want to get more people involved with it. I could turn into a giant spider, and put it in the wheelbarrow there.
I've got an idea.
Tell me, what is it?
Well, I could try and summon something that's stronger with opposable thumbs and have it lift the thing into the wheelbarrow for us. Or just carry it, but like probably want to do that when we're ready to actually move it and not.
I could summon the undead, but we are in a university. That's the other thing.
Oh, actually, I don't have to shoot this thing with magic missile. It doesn't react.
Do not shoot this thing.
Well, no,
whatever you do.
I'm thinking because we did teleport it, and that is magical in nature, and it didn't freak out.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Well, if you summon whatever can do it, then Dauntless can help and make it easier.
I mean, the other option is we could ask Yerk and Roy once they're done with their
I don't want to
butchering.
involve more people in this if we don't have to. And bringing York and Roy into the university, into a room of someone already, it's going to get pretty convoluted pretty quickly.
Okay.
I think let's go with Varys's idea, and you help whatever you can muster.
Yeah, to the best of my ability.
All right. So we have all day, though. Do we want to discuss anything else? Do we have anything we actively want to do before, instead of just?
I look outside. What time of day is it? It's still
Very
in the
early
morning.
morning.
I still kind of want to eat that pancreas.
I'm not
Any
opposed to
objections?
you eating a pancreas, but I want to get this sorted first.
But we're not sorting this until nighttime, right?
Well, if you have a pancreas and it goes weird, then we can't lift this thing and put it in a wheelbarrow and get it to where we need to get it.
I look at Varys. Is the thing that you wanted to summon capable of just picking it up? I'm confused here.
They're pretty like I'll rack my brain for a strong creature, but like maybe I can even summon more than one. But look, we've got a lot of hours. If you're really that committed to your pancreas,
Well, that's the thing. I'll hold off if I want to, but from what you guys are saying,
It
this
just
is
sounds like we're
going to
doing
be
too many things at once when we don't know this thing, and this could possibly be very, very dangerous. And you being zoinked out on a pancreas might not be the safest option, considering there's only 3 of us, and we're on university grounds. I don't know.
Do you want me to go out into the woods and take it?
No, I'm just saying, like, if we already have one issue, we don't need to make another issue. I guess if you want to have it here, there's a bed. Just take it. But I don't know how long it's going to last, what it's going to do. There's a lot of unknowns. And I want to try and get this cube sorted. But if the cube's not until later today, I say, what's the intent with this pancreas? What are you wanting to do?
Eat it.
For what reason?
Well, I was told it would help with spiritual guidance, and if we're not,
Okay.
if we're literally doing nothing until
Sure.
midnight.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you
Well,
pop the pancreas into your mouth?
Yeah, I'll sit down.
actually, wait.
Hmm?
Hold on.
moments away from his mouth. Yes.
No, I was in the process of sitting next to the cube.
Is this thing gonna quote unquote kill you? Like, are you gonna blow up if you eat this thing in this small room?
I mean, the
Cool?
guy
Yeah.
never did say it would.
Could we wait then until we've got one unknown out of the way, and then we can handle that one? Because that's probably quite big. Is that okay? Can we do that another time?
Maybe in like a big open field at night. Maybe.
And like another night when we've sorted this cube out? Because as soon as the cube's gone, then it's one less thing. But
Alright.
that can wait. I don't know how many more nights I can go without getting gaslit. To be honest.
Alright, I suppose it'll have to, and out of an abundance of caution.
Yeah, just we're on students here.
The box is inert when it comes to magic, heat, sound. Well, maybe not sound. We just may not be speaking the right sound. Not magnetic, seemingly. No blood.
I do have an idea I want to float, and it's not something we can
Sure.
do at present, but like,
Shoot.
I was thinking of reporting our findings as far as like the orc camp and who they're involved with to the Twin Ravens, and just having that info in their archives and somewhere semi-public like record of just like, yeah, this is what that situation looks like in case that info isn't up to date.
That's a good idea. They won't. We probably don't want people trying their luck with the snorks.
Yeah. Is there any ideas like once Zen is, Zen has to file the report because he's the only actual remaining Twin Raven, but Is there anything we feel like we should be leaving out specifically? Like,
The panels.
well, not specifically the panels, but I am considering, because my thoughts are that we report that the Blood Skull are, to our knowledge, have some kind of alliance with Alamia and abandoned camp that are associated with the Jormungandr bandits that we've been reporting on for the last year, and that they potentially have art, like, and just use the word artifacts.
My only concern, if you leave two or certain, just don't leave anything dangerous out, because if someone decides that they're going to try their luck and stop them, we don't want to just be feeding people into the maw, so to speak. But I mean, I'm not going to lie, I don't usually write these reports. I'm not sure what they look like.
I just wanted to like put that out there if we think there's anything that should be left out specifically, or
No, just
or
don't.
even the opposite, something that specifically should be in the report in case.
Just don't leave anything that's too dangerous out. That would
And
get someone
considering who
killed.
they are, they'll know certain things.
Well, here's the thing, like, it's kind of a 50-50 thing where it's like them being who they are.
Why would we be doing it? For what gain?
Money.
Pocket change, but also just
I've
the
got
fact that,
money if you need money.
but also like I feel like this should be well known, like in case Duvak is like, depending on what his ambitions are, I don't think we should just like leave the rest of Rutash, Solholm and Rutash just in the dark, because they got sieged once, and depending on
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Mhm.
But first of all, I don't kick it. I tap the box. This is our first thing to solve because it's literally like a ball and chain
Mhm.
for us right now.
Well, I've been trying that, but it seems completely inert.
No, in terms of like moving it, we have to have one person stay here with it. We don't know its nature. We can't leave. We need to resolve this first, and then we can do all those things safely, knowing that that's resolved. It's a little bit of a. It's too heavy. We need to get it somewhere where it's not our problem, or if it is our problem, somewhere that we can put it knowingly. We've informed the dean of this, and they need to take a look at it, but we can't currently move it. So I do agree, though, we should definitely make people aware of that, possibly even inform the Jarl. But yeah, Twin Ravens first, get that money.
All right, I'll
Inform the Jarl.
I'll work on a version of like a Cliff Notes version of what info I think we should share, and then we'll
Something I reach out to our spider. You had briefly mentioned some contacts that you were looking for us to make in Solholm or the Solholm area. Spider?
I don't think it works like that, Nautilus.
I wonder if we're too far away.
maybe.
No, it said anywhere. As long as there's a tether. I don't think it works like that. It's more of an intermediary source. Or doesn't want to speak to us.
No, I just can't remember what filter I was using.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were like silent because you're like, I'm not speaking.
Well, I thought there was like an actual point. Yeah.
I think it was the cave filter. Probably cave.
A new hand touches the spider beacon.
No, not in Solholm. There's already a tether further north is what I was asking for.
Okay.
In the frigid pine.
You know what?
Oh wait, if you already have a tether, who is it? Should we meet them?
No, it wasn't a physical. It wasn't a person. He explained.
It's not a physical person. Were you paying attention?
I was. was. I'm not gonna lie.
Basically, moment like
I missed
He
it.
lied.
events of
No, I'm trying
extreme
to.
emotion create the tethers. They're not two people. They're
So
just
the
like
assassination
Oh,
of the
yeah,
the
okay,
Jarl.
tether.
sorry.
The
That was the
assassination
point
of
of
the
the
Jarl
assassination.
created
I'm
the
sorry.
tether.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. It was a ritual. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Akin is in the Frigid Pines. Email. Nice.
Woman?
A woman spider lady, you say? But yeah, there's also drow followers. So that's who you refer to. And the Charles Entertainment cheese ring can be used as a identifier. And me being a big
Like the
chosen
secret
spider.
handshake.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's your info on that. But yeah, so I do have a block and tackle, but there's no way to attach it in here because it's a room. But if you think you've got an idea to summon something to get it in, to at least get it in a wheelbarrow, and then we can at least get it ready to go, that might be good.
Alright.
What do you reckon, Varys?
I could give it a try.
Okay.
Happens. Want to do this now or?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to cast Conjure Animals, and I am going to try to summon 4 apes, which are their CR half. They are 4 medium-sized creatures with a strength score of 16. So we will see how that
Ooh.
goes. So yeah,
The only
Cast the-
thing they have is this orangutan.
My son times 4. Return of the King.
And frankly, they're kind of spooky looking.
They got kind of the uncanny valley.
Their faces almost look like skull masks.
They're a biker gang.
16 Capacian monkeys.
well, I mean they're
They're-
they're face
yeah, they're
spirits.
tiny
They're face
little
spirits
monkeys.
in the shape.
These
of
aren't gonna
animals.
work, Varys. They're tiny. Like Marcel is one of their names.
You conjure the apes, and they seem to be very out of place in this dormitory when they should be in a more jungly setting, but they are very loyal and are technically just face spirits that look like monkeys.
My
or
guys.
great apes.
Varys, very cool.
Mhm.
Right. Tell them to lift that. If they can carry it, put it in a wheelbarrow.
All
If they
right,
can just
go ahead and make strength checks with your newfound gorillas.
Can they be like 4? Can they
So
help
how
each
am
other
I
out?
rolling? Am
Like-
I rolling 1 strength check for each? And
You're
then...
going to be rolling 1 strength check at advantage,
Okay.
because you can't get quadruple advantage.
You do have a. I mean, I don't know how important this is. Probably pretty. I'm pretty important.
You're saying, are you hinting I should probably add my d6 to this?
I don't want. I'm not saying anything. It's up to you.
Alright.
It's your D6. I don't want to
Alright.
tell people what to do.
Yeah, but it would be a nice idea if you did, though.
No.
Alright. D6 first.
Expensive. This looks tasty.
So that's +2. And this will be, so it'll be +5 to whatever this is. Nope. Be a 13 total.
We now have 4 apes.
You have 4 apes. Each of one grabs a corner of this box. Generally speaking, it is kind of fun to look at 4 apes do what is essentially the equivalent of moving furniture into the U-Haul. But maybe it's because the box is very smooth and it's hard to get a good grip, or maybe because they're not as dexterous as you might think they are. Either way, you now just have 4 apes slapping the corners of a box.
This could be a problem.
I hate this. I hate this so much. Why is it not working? Monkeys, you're supposed to be strong. I say to them, look at you. Look at those arms. Well, you tried at least, so that's what counts. Take 5, guys. I put
All
him
the
to the
monkeys go in smoke breaks.
bed. Take 5.
They can hang around for an hour if you guys have any other use for them, or I can snap my fingers and they can.
Well,
Don't get rid of them yet.
yeah.
Hold on.
So they're here for an hour if we have any.
You know, attach some rope to the box, and we'll use the 4 monkeys and Dauntless to pull it along the floor. That might be bad for the carpet. Is there a
That's
carpet?
all
There
right.
is a carpet.
It's a very shallow carpet, yes.
Lazo, I like the idea and all, but
All right, if we can't
I was
move it,
under
then the dean's going to have to come here, and he can't come here to do that. We're trapped
I'm
in
just
this
saying,
box.
I was in
so
the impression this was
I don't
supposed
have
to be
it. I don't have it
clandestine.
prepared, but like
we are trapped with this fucking
I
box.
do have access to conjure Fey. I just don't know off the top of my head if there's anything that has like
Well,
some kind of telekinesis spell.
I could teleport the object someplace.
Well, we know that's safe, so worst case scenario.
No, it's safe if I go to a circle.
Well, I'm just saying it won't violently react to magic.
Sure. Well, we can't move it, so it's stuck here. We'll have to tell the
No,
dean
hold
when we
on.
see him it's stuck here, and then he won't be able to move it because he's also a nerd. But he is more powerful magic, so he might be able to move it.
Could we reduce the weight?
You have a spell that can do that.
No, that's what I was asking. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
No, I don't have access to that.
Okay.
Because the only way I know of that off the top of my head is a gravitor class feature, not a spell.
Is the floor made of stone?
At this immediate moment, you can see that the floor has a layer of carpet.
I left the carpet.
It's not just.
Oh, okay.
It's like, the floor is bolted to the. You need to tear up the carpet.
Can I tap the floor to see if it's really solid or it has like a wooden sound?
Sure. You're currently on the 2nd floor of the dormitory.
Oh, it's just
and
wood. Yeah.
It's wood.
Okay.
Could you banish it and then unbanish it?
It would reappear in
No,
the same
it'll be in the
spot.
same location.
Okay.
We can't move it, so we will just have to tell that we can't move it. So there's that. We tried, and we are weak. We'll have to sit with that one for a bit.
Like how a DC 15 strength check is what's holding you guys back.
Yeah.
I mean, I could try to lift it again if you want.
Well, we can't keep lifting it. That's not how it works, is it, Adam? I don't know.
Well, if I repeatedly let you keep making the same checks over and over again, then it kind of ruins
Defeats
the
the
whole
point, yeah.
purpose of the dice. Unless
We
you
use
could think of
monkeys.
something different. So let's say you've tried lifting it. Have you tried doing something mechanically
Burying it.
different than lifting it?
Use the crowbar to pry it towards the wheelbarrow.
We'll use thieves' tools to disassemble the wheelbarrow and then reassemble it around.
Can we take the panels off of this thing and disassemble it slightly? That's a good idea. Carlos did take a side of this thing off. Makes it lighter. Can we try that, DM?
You can try anything you want that's in your imagination.
Wow. Okay.
And falls into the purviews of the game rules.
So can I? Can I?
You can certainly try.
Okay.
What are you going to do? Let's peep this
I'll
out.
try and disassemble parts of the box so that it's lighter and in different parts. So it's not just one big heckin' box.
All right. First, make an investigation check. $27. You find a seam. It is box or square shaped and appears to be the one that Kalos had previously removed in order to access the innards.
Okay.
How he removed it, if you remember or not, that's up
with
to you.
a crowbar, which I have. And I pass it to Dauntless. Pry this lid off.
That's not how he did it.
Alright, I'll use my thieves' tools to do it. and I will do it.
Well, if you remember, I think he ran a sharp implement in a seam, and he was able to pry it off.
Yeah, like a file. Can I use that? Which is a file is inside the Thieves' Tools kit. Would I be able to make a roll to try and break the seam so I can get the lid off and see the innards?
You can certainly attempt it.
Okay. 21.
You find a seam and begin to slowly insert the smallest sliver of metal that is within your possession to find purchase. The seam eventually hits a small, almost feels like a bit of metal jutting out within the seam, and with a couple of wiggles of the tool, the implement is able to find purchase, and almost like peeling off a bit of dead skin, you can satisfyingly remove the lid.
Good
Gosh.
lord. Alright, I get rid of that lid. Is there anything in here that is like can be taken out to make lighter, even more so?
On the interior, as previously described, it mildly resembles that of a motherboard in real life, if you
Okay.
don't have the GPU and the CPU installed, just the MOBO, and maybe the RAM.
Could we take off other corners of this thing?
They are welded.
Welded. Okay. I don't. Okay. Is the lid heavy? Does the lid itself feel heavy?
The lid itself feels like it's approximately 5 to 7 American pounds.
Oh, thank you.
Decent.
Pretty heavy. Fuck you.
DM. Just thinking, we don't have the second object in front of us because of reasons, but like, and I don't remember if we've actually actively asked this and considered it. Would eyeballing it without the second object in front of me, does it look like
Kobe.
the spear that we found previous could actually fit inside this box? Does it look like it's about the same size?
The opening that you just removed is far too small for the sphere to sit in.
And is this not this would this fit within the bag of holding that Kalos left us?
Let's see. The box itself is approximately, let's see, I don't have my tape measure, but
Use an item, quick.
I
Just going
have-
for it.
That whiteboard.
Yeah, it's the size of a whiteboard.
Draw.
He's pointing around, he's looking. Where, oh where? Au contraire. He's still...
Alright, hold on, wait, I got something.
Oh! Because if it could fit in a bag of holding, that's fucking happy days. And we don't have
So then
to
how do we get it out?
ask. Oh fuck yeah, just pour it out.
Then we just empty the bag of holding just on the floor.
Well, you can. The bag of holding works like I want to get this item, and then you get it out.
But we have to lift the item out of the bag of holding. to get it
Gravity.
out.
Alright, so I have this plastic tub
Okay.
that I use for my arts and crafts stuff. There's... You don't need to worry about the contents of it. But if I take this ruler, it is approximately
2 feet in.
1.75 feet wide, and, well, it's a cube, so it's the same dimensions on all sides.
Oh, so it's 2 feet diameter at the mouth and 4 feet deep. It says on the bag of holding, so it could fit. If we take out the other stuff, which is going to be lighter. It's a temporary thing.
So here's the thing. I see it in my head. I see it playing in my head. We just throw the bag of holding over the
Mhm.
thing, and it eats the cube.
Yep.
And it goes inside, and that's fine. We get it to where we're going. Then we have to reach inside the bag and pull
No,
the thing
you
out.
open it up, aiming down onto the wheelbarrow. Then it's just in the wheelbarrow, and then you take the bag away. And
Let's try it. I don't.
I'm going to take out the contents of
The
his stuff
bag
and
of
put it on.
holding, you need to be thinking about what you're reaching into.
Yeah.
So you can't just dump it out and everything falls out. It doesn't work like that.
I will think about some of the items that he's told me about, which has been his focusing crystal spark lenses, 26,509 gold pieces, the ring for the crystal spark, the rod of mineral detection, his multiple copies of his thesis, or whatever he's been writing about recently. That's what I have written that he's told that he's got in there. I'm sure there's some other doodads and doohickeys within that, but that's the majority of big things. Lenses, I assume, could be quite large.
The lenses are about 6 inches each in
Okay.
diameter.
26,000 gold's quite a bit,
Yes.
physically wise, I'd imagine.
I'm having flashbacks.
Oh, to that whole thing.
The
Yeah.
pennies.
Yeah. But yeah, we're not thinking of it physically, are we, for the gold stuff? If not, then if we can't do this, just say Adam, and then we won't do it. But if I don't know the items that are in his bag of holding, I can't take them out theoretically.
That's not theoretically, that's just the rule. If you don't know what's in there,
So-
you don't know what you're pulling out.
That's the things that I have known that are in there, but I don't have Henry's sheet, so I can't take anything else out of that. Would that have enough space to put this in or not? If it's 1.75 by 1.75, there's still space in there to put it in. It fits within the mouth of it, and the depth is a little bit more. It says 4 feet deep of a bag of holding.
Well, try to
So
put it in the bag and see if you can lug it around.
I'll give it a go.
Alright, how do you do this? Because you can't physically lift it.
I pass Daedalus Laszlo's crowbar, which you can use to get advantage on a strength check when leverage can be applied. And I'd like you to try and wedge some leverage underneath this, and as you lift it, I will try to put the bag around, so then it will fall into the bag of holding, or crush me. One or the other. But we could have the monkeys. We attach some rope to this thing just to sort of slowly descend it down. Sort of like a they've had their smoke break. They're ready to rumble. That's my idea.
All right.
If you want to
may-
try it, we can try it. If you don't want to try it, then we
I
can just
don't
leave
have
it
any-
here. And
I don't have any better ideas at the moment, so
Okay.
I'm game to try.
I like the fulcrum idea.
You could
PM,
just
if we put the wheelbarrow on its side next to the box, could we try and like flip
fulcrum it
upright?
into it.
Yeah.
Give that a go. Monkeys, help.
Trying to think of the physics of that though. Like it
Well,
almost
we need we need something to balance it in.
Well, if the
and-
monkeys go on the other side, pull with some rope, and then you leverage it with the crowbar from the other side to pull it into the wheelbarrow. And maybe like one other monkey can stabilize the wheelbarrow by holding it. It's the best we got. And then we don't need to worry about the bag of holding necessarily.
I feel like there's something really stupid that we're just not thinking of
Okay,
because
let's
we've
think.
got so many moving parts.
Okay, let's reduce it down to the simplest thing. It's too heavy for us to lift and carry currently in a basic form. We tried lifting it, it didn't work. Monkeys tried lifting it, it didn't work. You tried lifting it, it didn't work. It took 2 people previously that were very strong, you and Hymich. So that's been exhausted as an option. We pried the lid off, it made it a little bit lighter. That's where we're at. So we can use a crowbar to leverage it into the wheelbarrow, possibly. Or we can try and put it in a bag of holding by still, leveraging it inside. So, do you have any other simple ideas that we may not have thought of?
Well, the simplest thing is we can get like a tarp and just drag it in the middle of the night. If all else
that's
fails.
not gonna be as quiet as you think it is.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
But if we can't even move it, then
Look, Here's
How's
how.
that?
Here's where my brain is at. If we can get it into the bag of holding, like
We'll
we
never be
can-
able to lift it out.
Well-
Is that your worry?
Well, that's my worry about getting it out. But if we at least as long,
Don't worry about the bag holding. We'll rule out the bag holding and we'll just try this other
well,
method.
that might be our best bet as to like moving it.
Okay. Well,
Look,
is there
look,
any
you
other
guys wanna
simpler
try
things?
something?
I'll go and buy 2 of the strongest people from town if it comes to it. But that's adding more people into the mix, and they'll be asking questions, and
Yeah. No, I wasn't gonna
it's a
suggest that.
stupid, unnecessary thing. Well,
if we're gonna get another third party again, I still say just ask Yerk and Roy if they're free.
well,
after
that's one
work.
person.
Yeah, me and.
I mean, we'd be
Juan
repeating the same thing we tried when we tried lifting it.
Well, no,
That's
what
just-
I'm saying is me and them could just lift it. Worst case scenario.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Well, what do we want to try now? Try and get it in the wheelbarrow?
I thought that's what we were gonna do.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. before
Like
we
I was
proceed
fine
any
to do
further.
that until people kept like just like
Sure. Okay. We'll get the monkeys ready to pull it to help. And then you'll lift it with the crowbar dollars. You get advantage with the stealth check, with strength checks, using a crowbar when leverage is applied.
All
Try
right,
and
we just
flip it.
need to we just need to find something to wedge in there real quick. So, see what I got. A bag of tricks. Does anyone have anything dense you'd use for leverage?
Crowbar.
Yeah, but a crowbar in and of itself. Could we just use the crowbar in and of itself for that? Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
I don't
losing-
know.
I'm losing like the mental image of what we're doing is the problem that
oh,
I'm
like
running into right now.
think like a seesaw. You got like the thing under it to use right under the crowbar to like box into the wheelbarrow side, and then just right the wheelbarrow.
Okay, and why isn't the crowbar enough to do this? Like I'm like again, I'm like I'm
Well,
now
I
I'm
don't
like
know.
blanking.
I was just asking, like, is that cool to just use the crowbar, or do we need like a fulcrum?
I thought the thing was the crowbar was the fault.
Using a crowbar grants advantage to strength checks where a crowbar's leverage can be applied. Can we apply
Okay.
leverage to this, Adam? By cramming it into the bottom on the ground and using it to create leverage?
Well, you need something for it to pivot against, or else you're just having a just flat.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought.
Okay,
So-
well, I don't have anything that can do that, unfortunately. So we will just leave this here, and then we
I
will.
mean, if we can get like a brick or anything, that would work.
I don't have a brick on hand.
You trying to tell me that between 3 grown adults, you don't have a brick between you?
I don't
No,
have
not
a
on
brick.
this character. I don't.
Or anything that is dense enough and that particular size that could be used as a pivot point? Nothing at all?
I have a lot of shit on me.
I'm
Oh, I
sure
shouldn't say
you
a
do.
I have a wide array of things, but no.
Got crampons? No. A metal spurt plate? No.
No.
Got a whetstone? No. It's probably small. No, I don't have anything on my inventory.
Hmm.
Oh, I think we'll just leave it here then.
Well, the other thing, we could just reassemble it, and I could try and convince some passing by students that we need help.
Oh, the
lifting up
students
box.
that are bodybuilders by night?
Yeah.
I think this is too big for us, so we will just leave it here and tell the dean that we cannot move it. It is too heavy.
Could Caesar just pick it up for us? He's like a thingy.
He's an old man.
Well, he
I don't
looks
know.
like one.
I don't know. I've got the wheelbarrow that he needs back anyways, so
All right, I brush the blood off my hands. Let me go find Caesar. And I go wandering around to try and find Caesar.
You can find him cleaning things. It's his job.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
So, we're having trouble lifting that box thing.
How are you now?
I don't suppose you would be able to help lift it for us into that wheelbarrow we borrowed?
I could certainly try, but I'm not entirely sure you got it here in the first place.
Mostly through magic.
Why don't you just magic it again?
Unfortunately, it don't work like that. We try to fulcrum and monkeys and picking it up myself, but
I'm no master of arcana, but I can lift things.
all right, and I can assist with that. It's too heavy for one person, so.
I don't know how removal crews this in real life. Like,
But
not
just
magical
more
square
hands.
boxes, but like, you know. I
Caesar
suppose they have more than one
comes
check.
over. They go ahead and...
I'll grab one and you grab the other.
Alright. Where are we putting it?
Just into the wheelbarrow.
Well, we need this outside of the entrance to the place.
There you go.
God damn it.
Oh.
God fucking damn it.
Thank you.
God.
That's
That's a
well.
pretty good
I'm
roll,
not.
too.
You know, I'm gonna say. No,
With four monkeys, 3 people in the room.
Where are the
Caesar-
monkeys?
Caesar
Where are the
walks
monkeys?
in,
3
basically
monkeys.
just bends down, picks it
1,
up,
2,
places it into a wheelbarrow. Alright.
Okay, we need this to be hidden outside of the entrance, and then when at 7 or 8 tonight we're meeting with Summer Watch. So,
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be hidden. We could just.
okay, if I can't, can one of us move this thing now that is in a wheelbarrow? Because if not, we
Isn't that
have the
whole point of
strongest man
wheelbarrow?
alive.
We have leverage.
Well,
Isn't that the point now that Dauntless can just lift the
can
wheelbarrow?
Dauntless
and
lift it?
roll
Let's see. I don't want to keep haranguing someone.
I
Can you
mean,
lift it?
You borrowed my wheelbarrow for this,
Yeah.
so I'm assuming...
Is it liftable? Can you lift it, Dauntless?
Well, yeah, wheelbarrows.
Let's see. Let's see. While the stronger man is here, let's see. Just so we know.
Alright, if
Alright.
you've ever seen a weak person with a wheelbarrow, those things fall over to the side as soon as they start moving them. So let's see if you can do it.
Okay. May I use my D6?
Yeah, sure.
We'll do so. Uh, 12 total.
Well, easily enough. You have a dragonborn with a wheelbarrow with a dark black cube in the hallways of the student dorm, ready to move.
Can we cover it with the race car bed sheets?
You're taking Kalos's race car bed sheet? I mean...
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Yeah. Yes.
I look at Caesar. Do you have any, like, chalk on you?
On me? No, who keeps chalk on them?
Why do you need chalk?
I
Can
was
we
just
get
gonna
this
say
to where
we
we need
put-
to get it?
Well, here's what I was going to say. We just put a skull and crossbones on it.
Or we can hide it.
As
Like a
in, don't
poison?
touch. Yeah, exactly. Like, don't touch it. It's deadly.
You want to just hide it in my janitorial closet?
Yeah, if that's easier, sure.
Alright, well, follow me.
Alright, thank you. And I follow Caesar.
He has a janitorial closet that does not require stairs to go up and is on the ground floor of the main campus building around the side. Basically, it's on the opposite side of the building as the entrance to the hangar itself. So, it's large enough that it houses all of his cleaning tools and is wide enough that you could just put in the wheelbarrow if you put it in sideways, and then he can just close the door. Alright. Now what?
We leave it there until midnight.
We need this outside the university at 7 tonight, so that we can show the dean and get this resolved. Is the goal. But if you can move it, then that would be amazing, and you'll be there anyways. But yeah, as as we call us, we can't do it.
All right, your local pack mule here is gonna move it over then. 8 o'clock.
Much appreciated, Caesar.
Uh-huh.
The wheelbarrow, where does it need to be put back?
Yeah, it's right
It's-
here.
Oh,
my
okay.
wheelbarrow. It usually stays here in storage anyways.
All right, I didn't know if you needed to go to like a
Oh,
gardening
God.
shed or something like that.
Well, all my tools are here.
Okay.
Jeez, that was stressful. Good job.
2 hours.
To confirm, we are
15
now
DC.
us three and the 4 monkeys and Caesar just standing in next to the.
I would have
I
dismissed.
think you're
I
going
would
to
have
the
dismissed the
monkeys. You've
monkeys.
already-
and
Oh,
just
you
stepped out of
dismissed the
room.
monkeys.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have let
well,
them
these are
in.
students now. You can't.
We're in
How
the
are you
middle
gonna
of the
swing that
day.
conversation?
We're in the middle of the day. We did all that, so it's like I'm not gonna have parade a bunch of as obedient and as they
Cordial
are.
Bunch
as
of
they are.
freaking monkeys.
7 monkeys and a janitor is going to be the name of
And also,
this
my head is that we
session.
spent like an hour trying to figure that stuff out, so the monkeys
Oh.
won't wait either or.
I hate being weak.
Let's use
I want
one knife to get another knife.
I
out.
want to go and buy a certain scroll from somewhere so this never happens again. Oh God. Okay. Where would I be able to go and buy scrolls, Adam? Would it be the Pretty Flower Shop?
He doesn't sell scrolls that you might be thinking of. They only go
Mhm.
up to maximum is 3rd level.
Oh, okay. I want to get a big piece of hand.
Well, there are different places you could certainly attempt to.
Okay.
One of them might be the Twin Ravens. Another one might be Summerwatch himself. Whether or not he has that specific spell, you don't know.
Okay. I'll try. Well, we need to go there anyways, so let's go to the Twin Ravens.
Well, I was waiting because we need Zen because Zen's the only member.
Oh.
So it's like
So if you're
that's-
specifically
so
looking for something, well,
for my purposes, I need Zen. I would need Zen present.
if you're looking for something to make like heavy item usage, could I recommend like doing something with gravity instead, if that's possible? Because that could have other applications.
Well, I have reverse gravity. It's pretty crazy.
And
We just send the box back to the moon.
Oh wait,
I
I'm
was-
thinking. Yeah, I was at first. I was like, wait a minute, reverse gravity would work, but no, it would have.
You would be up on the ceiling, the carpet, everything.
and as far as like reducing weight, it's not spells. Graviturgy wizards have like class.
I can reduce and enlarge.
Oh wait a minute. If we tied ropes to the box and just held the ropes, would the box just have floated like a balloon if you reversed the gravity?
Enlarge reduces a 2nd level. They may have it,
All right, I would go with that. I wouldn't.
but I would go. Could I go make a deposit of coin and a tip of the hat and possibly see if they have that on stock?
To whom?
The prettiest of flower shops to see if they have any scrolls in stock that may fit that.
Such a lust for revenge.
The Pretty Flower Shop is available today on a Saturday. There is
Okay.
a sale on flowers, and you can see a large variety of people coming here to pick up decorative goods. As the primarily female audience here, the Pretty Flower Shop owner, Lucio, is very much up to his, I almost said neck and puss, but that's not quite what he's doing right now. He's selling flowers.
He's working. He's a working person.
As he expertly trims flowers, you can wait on the exterior as the people come and go. Eventually, it does die down to the point where the Pretty Flower Shop interior is not completely jam-packed with people trying to get very beautiful bouquets. Probably only one other person here who's currently doing a bit of window shopping and picking out from a variety of colors available to them, making this cavalcade of almost a rainbow colored bouquet, being very picky about each individual flower. Oh, no, this one's petals are wilting. This one's a little bit too sagging. I don't like the shade of red. All the while, Lucio sits there with a very patient look on his pretending to be blind face.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As soon as this person, who's very particular about their bouquet finishes, the estimated cost of this thing normally would have been approximately 75 gold worth of flowers, is instead cut down to only 40. So she comes out with a deal, he makes some money, and you're alone with the guy pretending to be blind.
Hello, I would like to purchase some ivory roses, please.
Yes, sir or madam. I am very much in the stock of ivory roses. They are not as popular during sales as you might think. However, some sales don't extend to our extra goods, I'll have you know. Just the flowers. Is this copacetic?
Sure.
Very well. Please find yourself comfortable in the back room. I will be
I
with
will.
you shortly.
Okay.
He closes the front door as you pass through the bead curtain and temporarily locks up until everything is going to be done the actual front of the shop. In the back door area, behind all a series of at least 5 locks, he finds himself with you there. He currently has all sorts of stains on his apron of trimming so many different colorful flowers and stems. He puts away his little garden shears into a front pocket and takes off his work gloves that are necessary so he's not poking himself with all the thorns at any given time. Generally speaking, you feel like if he wasn't wearing these gloves, he'd be Swiss cheese in terms of his hands. He puts the gloves on the table and they look very worn, and he pulls out a new pair from behind a dresser and begins to affix them to his hands. The old stained leather full of holes and torn to shreds will probably be used for other leather-based goods in the future, as recycling is important.
Good.
Alright,
Hello.
what's the deal?
I'd like to buy 2 scrolls, or have a look at your stock at least, just to see if there's anything that may fit what I need. And I knew this would be the best spot.
It certainly is. Generally speaking, though, the most I can carry is of the 3rd tier. Anything higher than that is a little bit too dangerous for me to keep in the shop.
Understood. Only 2 scrolls that I'm looking for.
What are you looking for?
Tidal wave and enlarge reduce. So I'll be heading northward at some point, and the water levels have increased. So I think being able to muster up a tidal wave in a pinch would be quite useful. And enlarge reduce, just because.
I have plenty of those. That's a fan favorite of many of our agents.
What, enlarge reduce?
Well, the reducing part. Use it against
Sure.
small places.
Sure.
We got plenty of those.
Okay. What else? While I'm having a look for these scrolls, like I'm in a music shop looking at the vinyls.
Is that Jimmy Buffett?
Oh, he died. He
Yeah,
fucking died. Damn. What could I get? It's pretty cool. What is pretty cool? Could I also get a Tensor's floating disk if you have one of those as well? That would be very cool. So a Tensor's floating disk, a tidal wave, and an enlarge reduce.
Enlarge reduce is going to be 300 gold.
Yep.
It's going to be for the tidal wave, because it's level 3, is going to cost 1500. And Tensor's floating disk is level 1, so it's going to be 150.
Okay.
And that's all the scrolls.
Calculate the total. Beep, beep, beep. Did you say 300 for enlarge reduce? Or 3000?
No, 300. That one's level 2, so. Level 2s range in between 250 to 500. 150-ish as the average for level 1s. And then level 3s can be a really large margin of 500 minimum to almost 2,000 at the top end.
So I will round it up. I'll give him an extra 50 gold and be like, any baseline gossip for 50 extra gold on just what's going on along the roads northward? I know
Gossip.
that there's been, words on the wind. I know there's been increased.
Well, I deal
Orc
in
clan.
different kinds of gossip. Do you mean like idle chit-chat from housewife to housewife?
No, just the sort of the status of the road in terms of traveling. Just because we will probably be heading up northward to Ostia at some point, and just want to know. I know there's increased orc activity, but past that, has there been any recent news since we've been down southward? If you
Heading
need me to throw
east,
any additional.
Your skull is being helping out with the reconstruction of that one town that got overrun by orcs.
Out of 10?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit from Solholm, but after the siege, most of our resources are going towards in Solholm.
Sure.
Travelers going out west has been reduced due to the flooding. It's not that bad going out east, and people from Solholm are considering the siege didn't go particularly well, and what's happening up in Valkyrie's Ascent, you are seeing some people starting to sell off their property. So if you want to buy a house, there are some available.
Okay. Awesome. Well, that's great. Thank you for the scrolls. Do I need to, yeah, do I need to buy anything additional to make sure that I can transfer these into my spell book? If so, how much would that cost? Account
Money?
for these spells. Money?
Yeah,
Just money.
just money.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
Cool.
it's easier
Alright.
to do it that way.
Yeah.
You just melt
Throw it up in the air and
money.
it just melts.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, well that's amazing. I can learn some of those spells today. So as soon
2
as
hours
I
per level. Yep.
yeah, so I can learn. So tidal wave is level 3, enlarge is level 2, level 2. I looked at the gang. Out of these three, I mean, obviously tidal wave is more for later, but enlarge, reduce, or tensors floating disk. What do you want me to?
Enlarge reduce sounds like it would have helped us.
Sure.
Okay, so
Well, the floating disk sounds useful in this scenario, and large and reduce would be useful in more than just that. So
I mean, it can I can put things on it essentially.
no, I'm not doubting that, but I'm thinking like
Enlarge,
lot of
reduce.
us-
Yeah, let's go
Yeah,
have
I
a
would go
coffee
with
somewhere,
that
and you
for now.
and I'll just ping this in for a time when we can have some just chill out.
yeah. While
Unless
you're
there's
doing
anything.
while
yeah.
you're doing that, Barris, would you mind if we did some more of the dragon speech?
sure, why not?
Okay.
Okay, so it's a level 2. So you said it's an hour each, so it's 2 hours. I've got the calculation here so much.
Costs 50 fat gold pieces
Yeah.
per spell level.
So it's 2 hours per spell
Right.
level, so 4 hours.
And we can
Yes.
go chill at the Bone Eater's bar.
Yeah, okay, I meet the DC for that.
Oh, we gotta check in and see if our guy got back
Yeah,
our info.
yes, that is from Drahomir. So we can go do that and then chill out in there and I can learn that spell. Cool. Alright. But I will need to apply that tomorrow, so I can't do that today.
No, that's fine.
Bone Eaters it is. With everything taken care of here with the scrolls, you make your way over to that housing area, which has been since upgraded with all of their new digs for maintaining a bit more of a tavern-esque thing instead of just the bar end. With all the construction completed, your resident barkeep Francois and all the other members of the Bone Eater clan give you a typical Bone Eater clan welcome of not looking at you when you enter the building.
A grunt of affirmation that you exist.
As you take a seat, either be it at the bar or somewhere else within the tavern front, the proprietor and head
There would be a
barman
booth.
and takes a small pitcher of water and places it in the center of your table with all of your... Well, you don't need the monkeys anymore, so I'm going to delete those. The
Us three
monkeys...
and
They'll
four
be
monkeys.
back.
I've just got a BRB a sec, but
The monkeys want an appetizer.
monkeys take my place, and it's flesh. Right back.
Good old beer nuts and water.
Standing in front of your booth with his hands folded behind him, Francois looks to all of you. It is good to see you all in good health. How might I serve you today?
Beer nuts, please.
Naturally. Anything else?
Did our guy come back with his report, or is he still out and about?
Your dispatch has arrived 2 nights ago and has prepared a written report.
Perfect.
Is he? Well, we'll take the report first, and is he here if we want to ask follow-up questions, or?
His current whereabouts are unknown to me.
Okay.
He last
report.
dropped off some things in his bunk and disappeared early this morning. No statement given on to whereabouts he is going or what he is doing, not on any bone eater's business.
No, that's fair enough.
You will find the report underneath your bowl of beer nuts, of which I will go and grab for you now.
Thanks.
He does so, and the bowl is presented. It's a almost comically large bowl compared to the amount of nuts that he gives you. Normally it would be like enough that could fit within, you know, those tiny little saucers that they would give you, but this one is like the serving tray sized bowl, so it needed a bigger one to hide it underneath the piece
I
of
love-
paper underneath
I
it.
come back and I already know what it's about. Is it about beer nuts?
Yep.
Vaguely.
So short version, if you stepped away before you heard it, the report's in. The guy who it's all written up. The guy who actually did it, he's already out and about on another mission.
Okay.
So we've just got the written word, and that's all we've got.
We haven't read it yet.
Yeah, we haven't read it yet. Now we're waiting.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah, beer nuts first though.
So as the bowl is placed, and with a really swift sleight of hand on his part, almost imperceivable to you folks with bad eyesight, places the sheet of paper underneath the bowl and quickly turns heel and walks away back to the bar. You can either begin with the nuts or begin with the note. You could
I
try to...
begin with the nuts.
Wow.
These notes.
I pass the note to Varys and Laszlo.
So, the dispatch that you sent out was, of course, going to be a bone eater, and is going to be for specifically the clan of bandits that are currently headed by the Lamia and are in possession of the sheets of metal being used as a essentially temple TP thing, in regards to the snake-like worship of these bandits. The report goes as follows. Let me just go ahead and have these written down so that everything is able to be reconvened well enough later.
On a great-sized.
This smaller sized one that I...
Oh, you already had.
Well, I use this one all the time, but this
Andrew will be vindicated one
literally
day.
the one that you got me is still in the plastic wrap because
Ah!
I don't have any use for it.
Yeah.
I have my other whiteboard that is this one that has... Hold on, let me turn the camera, hold on. Don't look at my Wi-Fi password.
Oh, the stream had a network error.
I have that whiteboard over there, and
Guys, we got his Wi-Fi.
there you go.
We're in.
That
Okay.
one is used for writing down the Wi-Fi and my school assignments for me to keep on my own thing. But the smaller one is for things that are written down and quickly erased soon afterwards, after I transfer them to my OneNote. So, number of bandits. He counted exactly 38 bandits, 1 Lamia,
How do you spell Lamia?
Lamia. Lamia.
Not a lamb without the B and then IA.
1 Lamia, 38 bandits. Total number of beasts within their possession counts out to exactly 11. Beasts includes attack dogs, beasts of burden, so that could be like horses or mules, and a total of a series of caged animals that are not included among these other beasts as 5 caged reptiles. Be it snakes,
It's the county centre.
basically.
Weak.
And a booth. One man in a booth with a strange device.
Keeps screaming about Halo.
Fuck!
So yeah, 5 caged beasts or reptiles, be it either snakes or iguana-like creatures, many of which are identified as venomous of some kind. The number of housing units totals out to 15 buildings, one of which, of course, is the TP temple, so the other 14 are presumably somewhere between housing units or common areas for things like cooking, rudimentary crafting, etc. Let me just go ahead and, yep, 15 buildings. The area of their location in terms of hiding locations, now this is under the purviews of someone who is excellent at stealth and using the natural environment to hide in. He denotes a couple of key locations. One, the most primary one, is of course because this is within the Valkyrie's Ascent mountain range, there are a very large amount of natural high points that look out over it, which is where he spent a majority of his time. When he did need to go onto the ground level, it was primarily due to just getting different angles of attack, so to speak. The actual area itself is surrounded in a semi-horseshoe-shaped series of wooden palisades that have been sharpened to points. And in accordance to the Lamia's instructions, he did notice that there are submerged trenches approximately 15 foot away from the edge of each palisade and covered by a series of dead foliage to disguise them so that you would not see it on approach. Again, there's a approximate 10 to 15 foot radius away from the palisades. The areas that are not surrounded by palisades are the only real good entrance, but even then they have set up these particular roadblocks in the form of X-shaped frames. They kind of look like those metal
Tank traps.
dragon's
Yeah.
teeth, made of wooden spokes, tipped with metal caps, and have been poisoned with poison given out by the priestess Lamia creature. These ones are spread about in seemingly random locations, but are shaped in such a way that it does funnel you into essentially a kill hole, in the form of a very small channeled area that is very much open to archer fire and essentially could be creating a one-man choke point where the guard could essentially hold back a small army if they were funneled into this thing. But reasonably speaking, they are still primarily made of wood and could be, in theory, dispatched in any way that you could presume to take out wooden structures. The only one that is made of metal, of course, is the teepee with the magical ore plates. That one is resting not in the dead center of the facility. It is more towards, if you had the horseshoe shape, it would be at the top of the arch and has more reinforcements around the top of the arch so that it's not completely just up against the edge of the horseshoe shape. Generally speaking, this would actually be a decent time for me to actually draw on the whiteboard because I could...
Yeah.
Hold on. If you will have the patience, I will set up the tripod.
Fuck yeah, I need water though, and I have to pee, so be right back.
Indication. Truly a grand day. That's what someone said to me this morning when I had to go down and get some bread nearby. And some old man was like walking up a hill near me, and I went, "Nice day," and he went, "It's a grand day, truly." He was like sheer Gorath. He had some phrases to him. It's too jovial. Alec, you're not ready for this, okay?
For what?
What Adam's gonna do.
I actually am not ready. I don't have the YouTube.
You should.
I'm going to open it right now.
Adam is breaking it open. The seal broken. Andrew's not even here to witness the unboxing. Loot get.
Tell you what.
Oh my god.
Wrong button.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna go full screen for once.
This is truly pod racing. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, we just flood this place. Or bore a hole.
Okay.
Yeah? It's good?
What? Oh, wait.
Okay, that's good.
Am I as far ahead? Am I as caught up as I can be?
All right. I think red would be the best color for it to show up. Hold on, there's a glare on it too. And whatever. All right, now we're gonna write all the donators' names, and I'm gonna bend over.
Cheers, hero, and all of us, my guy.
All right, so
Dang, that pen don't even work. Tricked, pranked.
Shit, bunk.
Dang.
shit, can barely see it.
I could make it out. Where's the river? Or is it all flooded around there now?
1 second. Hold on. Let me try to pull it a little closer. That's a little better.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so here's the horseshoe shape. These little dots around here are supposed to be the dragon's teeth. This box at the top middle is, of course, the location of the TP. And then these little triangle-shaped ones are just housing units or crafting stations used by the actual people themselves. There is a ceremonial altar that is just in front of the actual temple itself. I say temple, a teepee. Hold on. What if I just... Hold on, I think I have...
I think it's mostly the color that's fucking with it.
Hold on, let me switch to this one. I have a different...
Whoa!
Hold on, switching this one.
Where I go?
Whoa! There we go.
That's crazy.
Alright, there we go.
That's better.
Alright, so all these little X's are the dragon's teeth. You can see it does funnel into this little section here.
Sure, sure.
This is the ceremonial altar. This is going to be the actual TP itself. All these triangles along the side are, of course, housing areas and crafting stations. The estimated shape of this thing also has, around the edges, of course, are the wooden spiked palisades, and then beyond the edge of them has the deadfalls, disguised with dead foliage for the pitfalls. Again, it's 38 bandits, 1 lamia, 11 beasts, and 5 caged reptiles. But again, getting back to points of interest, approximately, so if this thing is currently facing north on a compass, on the west end is where a majority of the time was spent with the overhang. It was approximately 1,200 feet away. The individual did have a spyglass with him, so that's how he's able to see so clearly. My camera's mirrored, so just take that in mind.
Oh,
Hold on, let me unmirror
Beast.
it. Yeah, it's currently in the west.
I am going to make a very quick duplicate over here.
If I flip vertical, nope, that's up, nope. If I transform and
assuming the top of the screen is
Hey.
Yep. Assuming the top of the whiteboard is north, and you said the cliff face is on the west hand side.
Yeah.
yeah, this is gonna be the compass. Here's north. Why is it so light? I need to get a thing for my glare. But we
You
must
said about
use your
1,200 feet up.
About 1,200 feet, yeah.
To spyglass to look in on this place. Okay.
And spyglass over there. He noted a couple of other key locations. So let me switch to a blue marker
Whoa.
for water. The actual water that permeates through here is somewhat irrigated so that it doesn't flood the camp. It comes in the form of a stone platform that goes just behind the actual teepee itself and has been irrigated in such a way that it goes down and underneath the palisade wall. They dug out a trench so that it flows through there, and it's reinforced so that the soil erosion doesn't cause it to collapse inwards. And Henry's in the chat. I thought you didn't have internet, but we're using the whiteboard for the first time. So that's the water line that goes through there. There are a couple of locations in this centermost area. It is not quite the ceremonial altar that is the rest of the place where they do all the snake worship, but this is basically just a common area slash fight pit. Let me see. What else in the report would be available? There are guard stations at the following areas, which I'm going to use black marker for. They are essentially in what could be conceivably the corners of the area itself. And patrols are primarily going from a series of patrols, take approximately 30 minutes to do a perimeter around the area on the exterior, not inside. So it's about a 30-minute route, and they swap every 3 hours. Each patrol consists of at least one beast, not the caged ones, the other beasts like the dogs or wolves or something, and at least 2 humanoids. Primarily, the bandits themselves are, of the 38 bandits, 19 of them, so exactly half, are humans, and the other half are some sort of mix in between. So 19 humans. There are 5 orcs, 2 halflings, and the other ones are some sort of amalgamation of elf and half-elves. Oh, sorry. There's also 1 dwarf.
We gotta rescue that dwarf.
And then the last bits are, so that's 19 humans, 5 orcs, 2 halflings, 1 dwarf, and then if you do the math, the rest of them are elves.
Okay. Does the report mention like individual capabilities? Are these mostly like sword and shield fighters?
A majority of these fighters are essentially very ragtag feeling. They don't have like a designated, besides the Lamia, they don't actually seem to have a very well designated hierarchy in terms of either someone acting as a field lieutenant or anything equivalent thereof. They are bandits, of course, not a guaranteed military or some kind of militia, although they are being riled up to be some sort of cult, as it were. That's the exception of a couple of the bandits who are indeed more snaky and reptilian than the other ones. The ones that are the most reptilian, of course, obviously would be the Lamia, but that's probably what you'd be expecting. But in terms of hierarchy, one of the most snake-like is a human. No names are given because he didn't interview them for those personal things, nor was he close
We get
enough.
our money's worth.
This individual fights with a very peculiar fighting style. He's taken on the snake motif in almost every aspect of him. It's his whole personality now. He fights with 2 poisoned dual-wielded daggers and moves around as if he is pretending to be a snake. So his movements are undulated and very slithery, and is very hard to catch. Constantly trying to essentially, if you ever seen PvP videos in Dark Souls, it's just backstab fishing.
Gotcha.
Gross.
Other
Does
than
he-
that, it's not particularly keen
Look,
on
the way-
writing down the fighting styles of every single person here, because generally
Well, the
speaking,
Lamia, priestess. Is that
the
got anything?
priestess Lamia is obviously going to be very easy to identify. You won't need to really ask around on which one is the priestess. She wears a very ornate gold and green headpiece that dangles down with these silvery chains that go all the way down to her waist. This is also accompanied by a very ornate staff that is approximately 6 foot long, and is decorated with a similar assortment of chains and ornate headdresses, all of which denote a snaky-like worship, be it in the form of snake fangs that have been bundled together that almost look like a little pom-pom of teeth dangling from one bit of the staff, and the staff itself is topped with a either copper or bronze colored metallic snake topper. It resembles that of a cobra. It's been seen that every time any of the ceremonies are conducted, the Lamia will carry not only this staff, but a ceremonial sword, a curved blade that is approximately 2.5 foot long and has a pommel that resembles that of a cobra head, very similar to the one on the staff itself. It gleams with a slightly greenish hue regardless of wherever it's being used for, and whenever the ceremonies are conducted, it always involves these two implements. The actual ceremonies themselves are conducted in 3 parts. One where the person, unsnakified, lays on top of an altar in this section right here, just in front of the actual teepee itself. They lay there where the priestess administers a series of balms and salves to their exposed body, directly applied directly to the forehead, and other any gold bond jokes around here. All right. Applied directly to exposed flesh, and this is keenly on locations around the temples of the skull, the forehead, and some almost applied like a lip balm around the face. The creature then takes the would-be snake man into the temple where the rest of the ceremony is conducted. Due to the unfortunate angle of the guy's watching point, he could not look into the actual temple itself. The doorway is facing south, and reasonably speaking, this whole area around here is nothing but flat, featureless, and has very little in the ways of him being able to camouflage himself, unless he just wants to be a lone bush out in the middle of a field, which was, generally speaking, not a very good camouflage.
Oh, good thing we've got Zen. He's got no problem being a lone bush.
But unfortunately with that, he couldn't get the second half of the ceremony on what specifically it looks like. But generally speaking, the person would come out of the teepee, not with the full snaky bits yet, but they seem to have been put into some sort of trance as the motions of the ocean, so to speak. They seem to almost look drunk in their movement, swaying and stumbling until eventually the priestess leads them back to the altar, lies them down, and conducts the ceremony by resting at the other end where their head is resting, laying her hands on their brow and chanting very, very indecipherable chants from his perspective. And eventually the person would be engulfed in a green and yellow smoke and emerge on the other side with more snake-like features than previous. They are not a sudden transformation into, say, like a lizard man, but you'll see the very finite amounts of scales forming on their skin. Maybe the pupils will be changing, snakes' fangs will appear in their mouth. In some rare scenarios, little bumps on the skull where horns will be soon emerging, and he's seen the process only for a few days, so was not able to get a good time span on how long it takes for someone to start the ceremony and eventually end up with the highest levels of reptilian features, like, say, that one human guy with the dual-wielding daggers. So, in terms of that, people he has seen undergo the ceremony didn't have any drastic changes over the few days that he was observing. So it is a very slow and gradual process. Generally speaking, though, the people who do undergo the ceremony do end up with a couple of abilities unavailable to regular people. He's seen a few people come in and out. Many of them were essentially newbies looking to join, and they were quickly scuttled into the TP to become reptilian as soon as possible. So compared to regular people, the new reptilian bandits of course, have the ability to spit acid, as you've seen before. Some of them are able to produce a venomous substance from either their newfound snake fangs or even from these claw-like appendages that grow where their nails used to be. None of them were in such a way that they were growing anything that mildly resembles that of Duvak's transformation, who is really, really far into the actual process relative to these other ones. The newt-like wings and the long tail that is as thick as a tree trunk was not available to any of the bandits here. The Lamia, of course, has her own tail, but that's probably naturally occurring, and did not show any sort of winged movements. Let's see, what else? The bandits are primarily sustained on these pilfered goods, crates containing rations and other useful implements for survival out here in the woods, or rather the mountains, seems to be taken out from external sources. They rarely send people out on what it could be equivalent to a hunting expedition, and instead opt for going out of town, essentially, and procuring supplements and supplies elsewhere. The supplies themselves are carried in unmarked crates and are pulled by beasts of burden in farmers' wagons that can reasonably hold at least 2 to 3 of these things comfortably at a time, more if you want to Jenga this thing altogether. Their food supply primarily consists of carnivorous diets, and the only ones that are exceptions to this rule would be the Lamia, of whom he has not witnessed eating at all.
He hasn't witnessed, or she doesn't eat. Those are two different things.
It strictly has not witnessed. What else? Naturally occurring animal, natural flora, no, not fauna. Natural fauna, have already established at this location is too hostile to be around, and the only creatures that venture anywhere close to these things are either dispatched by a sentry very quickly in the form of a barrage of arrows, or as soon as they see all of this, as if they're catching a very foul scent of something, quickly turn tail and leave. Anything that is larger than, say, a wolf is very easily dispatched. Deer are extremely aware of what is around this area, and he has not seen one get within even at least a 5-mile radius of this thing. They are very well established in the area. And the herbivores and social animals are very keen to tell each other that there's danger around these parts. The particular person you sent out is able to speak with plants, and as such has conversed with the few large trees that peek out from around the mountain range. While the information itself is not particularly a full data report like you're getting now, the trees around the area have told that the actual establishment of this bandit camp has been here long before the implementation of the actual magic ore TP, and in fact these guys have been around here for at least 6 to 7 years, with the implementation of this metal TP being only about 1.5 years.
Writing that down. TP 1.5 years old ish. Okay.
Just gotta grab my food a sec. I'll be back in a minute.
And with that, the report is concluded. He has not signed his name on the bottom, but that's everything that you got.
Names of a friend, so I don't need one.
That raises the question. The trees don't recognize the well, the TP's only been there. Is there another source of plates, or is that just
I mean, once we get there, I can ask more pointed questions of the plants.
I don't care about what the plants have to say. I'm just curious, generally speaking, is the ship more accessible than we originally thought, is what I'm wondering. Like maybe if it's plates that we want, is it more practical
Well,
to go spelunking somewhere?
But we actually do have proof that. I wonder. What if this box isn't the only thing that's fallen out of the sky?
I mean, Jormungandr fell out of the sky.
Well, what I'm wondering is, what if these plates fell off of the shattered moon or something? Or what if that's slowly crumbling?
I'm trying to like apply real world physics.
I'm back. What's going on?
No, we're just kind of reflecting. Like the only real thing is that I brought up is that if the TP is only a year and a half old, is it possible that there's an accessible way to get is there enough of Jormungandr intact that it's accessible to is there an accessible place to go digging around and maybe finding our own plates, but
Sure. Could be.
Well, we could look up other recent impacts at the Twin Ravens at some point.
but what if there isn't look, all right,
We've already looked into the Jormungandr thing.
well, he's talking in
other
terms of
library.
are there any recorded instances of
But when you said spelunking for our own plates, were you implying the opposite, that they came out of the ground? Like, there's
well,
something buried there?
the ship crashed
plates,
however many hundred years ago, and the going through the actual archive in the we did all those weeks ago was it probably crashed into the mountain, and it's could have natural time and erosion, it could have ended up underground somewhere and just covered up by the elements in the sands of time, but is there a sizable chunk of the ship somewhere that is buried but also accessible, that if we wanted to go, if we knew the spot, we could go digging and find the actual ship, rather than of course that leaves the question whether or not we would know where to start, which we don't. But
Actually, hold on, that's not a bad idea. When we get a look at that orb, if we could look at the Solholm area, try and line up where the orbs reflected on there are, we could potentially use that. Like, maybe there is a crashed ship that they have record of that is somewhere here.
so my memory of the orb is that it listed
There's 7, well, not 7, but there was multiple in one spot. That wasn't here, though, I don't think.
Yeah, there's a lot of hotspots and stuff.
but they were mostly master installations and not just.
Yeah, but that's not a bad shout.
Also, we had to turn the thing on to get that map, and that didn't go over so well the last time we tried to use the map.
That's true.
I'm eating currently, but I'm pretty sure in my notes somewhere I have we have looked into this about the Jormungandr. It's either around Valkyria's Ascent or in the Jarl's hunting grounds.
Well,
or
that's
just past of
well.
it.
Here's the thing. That's what led us to this camp. We were going up north to explore a potential crash site. It was northwest of the mountain, which is approximately where this camp is, and we ended up here. This is where we ended up with this camp. All right. That's all right, but we have the info we need, or like we have some of the info that can. All right, numbers.
I mean, again, I don't hate that idea. I'm just trying to think of what we could grapple onto as like a lead.
Because
like it's a
this
master's
place
installation.
This place is pretty heavily defensible. So it's a toss up as to whether or not the Iron Bears are ideal to get in, and like because it does seem like the best based on the traps, even marking the traps on a map and knowing that they're there. It does seem like the place is designed to make like basically encourage a frontal assault, and it's heavily fortified from the frontal assault with the way it's laid out. So we'd basically need to like
Could always swim in from the north.
that is also a possibility.
I will say about this whiteboard that if you were actually trying to like paint on this thing, it would be a fucking nightmare. This thing wiggles so much when you touch it.
Well, to be fair, I bought the whiteboard and the easel are two separate products.
I mean, if you're just using it for like holding on to something to display it, that's fine. But I don't think this is intended as like an art easel. I think this is just like a display easel.
Again, it could be. They were two
You
separate.
could always
companies,
ballast
two different
the tripod.
Yeah, but the legs are so... Look how flimsy these legs are. They're tiny and flimsy. Weak. Puny man. But it got some use, so I'm gonna have to put this somewhere when I'm done with it.
Gonna have to put you down.
Look, everything is a door looking for the key.
Yeah, I'm sure I got notes of it somewhere. When I finish eating, I'll have a look. Quite possible.
Well, we're not exactly rushing out to go do that today. We can still, like the goal for today. We got the notes, but the goal for today was you read your scrolls, I study the dragon, and then we go prod the box.
Yeah, I mean, how long of the day do we have left, Adam? Would I be able to learn more than one spell?
We also don't want to go too much into the notes because we're not all here.
Well, you have until about 8 o'clock, and you did all your stuff relatively early in the morning, so if you wanted to say how much time between everything, you probably would have started all your stuff around 10 o'clock, which gives you about 10 hours of downtime.
For one
Well,
day
I can
of-
learn all of them. Can I learn? Let me double check.
6 hours for a level 3, 4 hours for a level 2, and then 2 hours for a level 1, so you'd have to do 2 out of
Leave
3
for
at
level
most.
1. So I can do enlarge, reduce, and tidal wave. Or I could do enlarge, reduce, and tenses floating dish.
Well, you pick whichever one you're doing, because it's not my spellbook.
I'll do tidal wave and enlarge, reduce. That'll be my two. Throw my money in the wind.
Throw your money to the wind.
It disappears, you can't have it.
It goes into...
Like I get the intent is like you're buying like the inks and stuff, and like
Arts and
there's
crafts.
components and like so I get the intent like as far as like the lore of adding spells to your book, but like the way it's worded is like it does imply like it doesn't specify like any other restrictions or conditions of that. So it's almost like, yep, I'm just throwing money away, and it's disappearing.
I
and
like
making
to
my...
think that it goes to the devil of the third layer of hell, which is the money guy.
I mean the money guy. That's
You're
not how
speaking
any
to a
of that
Dante's
works.
Inferno man here. He knows.
No, that's in 5e. Lords of the Nine Hells. First layer is, of
Oh, okay.
course, that's Avernus, which is where the blood
Well,
feud
yeah.
goes, and then after that it's Dis with a Dispater, and then after that it's Mammon. Mammon is
Las
greed.
Vegas.
It's a fucking Elvis impersonator
You know,
that takes
like,
all your money.
Hey, Ramon.
I know a lot of people have that whole like, oh, if you could bring someone back to life. I would be genuinely curious how like Dante would react to the fact that he
You're playing
accidentally
D&D. Yeah.
Dante
fucking-
Alighieri?
Yeah, like if you could bring him back to life and speak his language, I would genuinely be curious his take on the fact that like his fucking poem is
Turned into a video game?
good game, but that it gets
play
confused
the
for actual
ODST.
Catholic thought.
Halo ODST.
Well, it's just like how, like again,
Minecraft things, you're gonna play your
if you ever like read the fucking Divide Comedy, it's really fucking funny.
It's called a comedy.
Yeah, they wouldn't put comedy in there otherwise, Andrew.
Yeah, but it's not. It's funny for so many reasons because it's not like that's not why it's called the comedy. But like reading through it is really funny because it's just like, oh, this is some guy I don't like. You're eating shit in hell, and my uncle that I like, 6th layer of heaven, and it's just like it's fucking goofy to read that. But then it's also goofy that it's taken so seriously that it's just kind of mistaken for this is what Catholics believe. It's fucking bonkers.
You'd have fooled me. I thought that was what it was. So it's just
Now, like the
it's
Bible
a
is like
hot take.
super. The Bible is like really vague about hell. It's just like it.
Bad place for
say-
bad people.
Yes, fire and brimstone, but like that's kind of it. It's just like it's a shitty place to be.
And the fucking Lords of Hell are not exactly, it's usually just the devil.
Is it like Pandemonium as well, like the City of Hell? Or is that also a Dante?
Well, the
Well,
city
Pandemonium is a different.
Yeah, that's Greek. I would say.
Well, that's Pandemonium in 5e is a different plane of existence entirely. That's not even a layer of hell, I don't think.
Well, there being a city in hell that's Dante.
Because
Like,
Pandemonium
yes.
is chaotic evil, I believe.
They get their own dimension.
Yeah, like the hells are lawful evil because it's devils. The abyss is chaotic evil because that's demons. I think it's neutral evil is Pandemonium. I think I could be wrong on that, but there's a reason why I don't use those.
Wait. Lawful evil has like a tier system. That's funny.
Yeah, it's the layers of hell, and then the abyss is technically also layered, but it's infinite layers.
We're evil, but not savages. Damn it.
That's exactly what the Blood War is. It's devils versus demons, basically saying, follow the rules, or like the other one's just fuck your rules, old man. Devils and demons, obviously. One's chaotic, the other one's lawful.
Is the reverse true for like heaven?
A Mount Olympus and not Assyrian, starts with an A.
Elysium.
Elysium. That one is lawful good. I don't have them all memorized. Hold on. Well, I don't want to talk about this right now. Because I'm not even using this for this campaign.
No, I know. I was just curious if it works the same way both ways. That's
No, it's the alignment spectrum.
yeah. No, I get that.
But I'm not even using that for this campaign because it's too much to handle.
Yeah, Dante shit is really funny to me, and I'd be curious how do you react to that? But anyway.
So, with all of this stuff in mind, you guys are just gonna wait that time until 8 o'clock? Yes?
Yep, I'm studying the dragon.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Alright. Well, now would be a good time to take our break. We're probably not gonna go as long as we usually do, just because it's just gonna be exposition dialogue, lore dumping, and we are missing 2 players. So, we're gonna take our break now, maybe like 10-15 minutes-ish, and then we'll get this taken care of in the hangar, and get this cube sorted out, and then I don't know. I guess I'll leave the stream on and just play Baldur's Gate or something.
I mean, it's thematically appropriate.
Do it. I got excited there. Okay.
I'm
Indeed.
sorry for being excited.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make my pre-workout. later.
Wait, where's Grunk?
He's muted.
Damn.
He's still here.
In spirit.
And he's in the TeamSpeak, which is, the next thing to spirit. Oh.
What'd I miss?
Well, we've been on break, so nothing. You missed Nout. Got a really painful hand though.
I don't think Starfield's gonna beat Baldur's Gate as
No way.
Game of the Year.
No way.
It's definitely not.
Well, there's also Tears of the Kingdom that came out, Adam. That's
Game of the
Well-
Year literally means nothing. Don't get fooled.
What?
Well, it just means that when Larian makes the definitive edition, it's gonna say definitive edition, Game of the Year
And-
edition. Fuck you, Todd. It's totally gonna say that last part.
Lies. I watched that the other day, and it is possibly one of the best YouTube videos. It is aged like wine.
Nah, the best one is The Ruse. I have yet
Oh,
to
The
see
Ruse.
anything.
Is that the Todd Howard? The
No,
Ruse.
no.
What's the
no,
Ruse?
is
What's the Ruse? You might have shown it to me previously.
The Ruse
Was it
is
just
my-
called the Ruse?
The Ruse is my favorite Dark Souls video.
Well, I still think Tears of the Kingdom's gonna lose also, because frankly, it's just fucking Breath of the Wild 2.
Breath of the Wild is pretty fun, not gonna lie. As
Yeah,
someone who's
but-
not a Zelda fan.
I have a bias against Nintendo, so that's why I'm saying that. I don't think any of their games ever deserve Game of the Year. Because they're soulless.
Oh
That's-
shit! No.
Well,
It was just
Well, that's the thing
the-
with Game of the Year. It's Game of the Year is also like
Yeah.
a popularity contest too. It's like, yep.
Yeah,
But,
but
like,
did
who's
that's
Game
why
of the
the-
Year?
Valve literally
That's why-
have people on Twitter crapping their pants about how, oh, don't make this the new fucking standard? I don't think so. So,
Look,
one with
as
the more
someone,
headlines.
as someone who is a fan of Crackdown, I loved that aspect of Breath of the Wild. The combat was fine.
I love crack.
Like,
That's what you're gonna say?
Yes.
I don't like collectathons, but for some reason,
But
the
I like collecting
obsessive
crack.
nature of like Crackdown and Breath of the Wild is fun to me.
Andrew has a variety of rare cracks in his house.
Be the new boss.
That's
When you say collectathon, you just mean fucking like make number go up.
or like
Well,
collecting
the
feathers.
fact that
feathers
like
are
number
fucking-
go up and your character gets better like in such a gradual pace, it's fun to me. I don't know why. It's so much fun.
1% more attack.
I would say
No,
that's
no.
inferior to just actual character progression
I mean, it is,
in an
but there's
RPG.
something. It's more about like the verticality too. There's some like combination of the three. Like Crackdown is so much fun, Dan, because like you'll start
I've
off
played it.
not
Yeah,
being
I've-
able to. Yeah, it's like you're not able to jump that high, and then by the end, it's just like I am
Building.
soaring over building.
Mm.
It's
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that I just watched that Ruse clip again. That is also a fucking great video. That's up there.
it's easily the best Dark Souls video.
It's
I
the won't
can't
get
think of
fooled
a-
again when that kicks off.
Fuck yeah.
I like the bit when it's got the piano solo and it's like do-do-do-do-do-do, and then it goes him screaming.
It's great because the most fun thing you can do in Dark Souls, not as just tricking, but honestly, just tricking people.
You
is
just
the most
got them
fun
over.
thing.
You won them. You beat them. That's another way of beating them.
Well, like when we used to do PvP in Dark Souls 3, something I really loved was doing, especially with fist builds. The most fun thing you could do is like use fist, and if you kill the person, great. But if you don't, because they get wise to your whole like, oh, I'm gonna, I forget what it's called in Dark Souls 3, but like
Perseverance.
Yeah, perseverance. Let them get close, punch them to death, and if they get used to that, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna try and parry it, then you bust out the demon fists, and then you do like a little pirouette on their
You know you can
ass.
parry that, right?
Yeah, but people don't see it coming. It's not.
won't get
It's
fooled.
not about how skillful the thing you use is. It's how you use it against the person.
Hmm.
That's why I like the ruse.
I should have got a
Speaks
wet
to my
wipe
soul.
for the fucking whiteboard.
Won't get fooled.
I'll just use a
again.
sock.
I see what you did there. You made a
I
crude
walk for
joke.
miles inside this pit of danger.
All right, let's get this last little bit done, and then actually next week is when you guys have your show, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, Henry
So we're gonna
and
have
Wizards.
3 people out,
And
right?
Pat might die, and so
Why would you say that?
It's fine.
I could die as well.
Well, for next
You-
Sunday, what I have planned is like me and Alec are gonna split the one shift. So like, if
So we
you
have you
really
for
need
half
me,
of it.
I could probably show up at like 12:30.
Well, honestly, that just might sound almost more disruptive to have just people bouncing in and out.
Well, no, if I'm doing that, I'm not like I have to be there by a certain time, and it doesn't make sense, especially when
Yeah,
we
you
start at like 10. I'd sit down and then gotta go because I gotta drive there and then be there at a certain time.
Well, you don't
so-
have a teleport circle to your job?
Go
Andrew,
dance for a
you're the
minute.
freaking manager. Go set up a
Get it?
teleportation circle.
For a year.
And then Pat and... Not Pat, Alec can
It could
just...
just be the old boys. It could be me and Pat. But yeah,
I don't
it's
have
under
any
the
place like
threshold.
I don't have any place I could hide it. I have slowly lost every single corner of the building where I could possibly spend my entire hour break secluded. Like, there's literally nowhere anymore.
Well, if it's really bad, then we can just take a break next week. It's not really a big deal. It's only 1 day or 1 session, and
Nothing
and
can
then
happen in a day.
and then anything after that is just gonna be we'll have everyone back after that. So it's not really a big deal to lose 1 session.
So the
Alex, did I tell
17th,
you they
yeah.
started locking the door that has the fucking big humming box?
No.
They've started locking the door to the room that has the big humming box. So I've lost that too now.
Sounds like a
It's
really
not looking very Millhouse for
What
you.
you're saying is you truly understand the plight of the Native Americans.
Yes.
Where's my
I've lost my
humming
buffalo.
box?
I've lost my hunting
My
ground.
TP, my buffalo TP. Oh.
You know, when people
if
talk
we're
about
gonna-
reparations, how come they never talk about how Native Americans enslaved each other?
Internal politics.
These things are more complicated than they seem, but it does not bear thinking about, apparently.
All right, let's get
very-
back into fantasy, geographic, political situations. It is 8 o'clock on the 14th of July. The party has reconvened outside of the university's underground facility, or at least the entrance to it. There, Caesar has cordoned off the area with a series of wooden cones and sticks that cordon off the area, and ropes to make it so that it is essentially a police line. Tape line thing. He has been sat there with the wheelbarrow behind him for who knows how long, because he's here by the time you arrive. And soon thereafter, the head master, the man on campus with the big cheese,
Charles.
Master Summerwatch, comes down, and
Chuggy.
not a very big fanfare behind him because he's trying to keep it low key, so he's not blaring Eye of the Tiger behind him.
I have arrived.
When most of the citizens around here, and by that I mean students, have cleared off, then Master Summerwatch approaches the area, and with one hand on the wheelbarrow's handle, he kind of gives it a little jiggle, and kind of trying to test it, what it is exactly he's going to be dealing with.
You don't want to tip that over.
So then,
I've already tried licking it.
I don't know what is exactly it is you have in this container. From your demeanor previously, I'd surmise it is quite an important object that is being covered with someone's comforter blanket
Yeah,
in a wheelbarrow.
it was too heavy.
Uh,
We had to get Caesar.
I
to help.
rem- do you want us to remove the blanket? Do you want to look at it now, or?
Well, if you could reasonably take it down the stairs and not have it tip over, then I would be okay looking at it inside of the hangar. But if now is the best time, then so be it.
But yeah, it fell from the sky, possibly the moon.
I got the gist of it.
All right, then just if it is communicating, I don't know how close you wanted to get it to the other
Is
stuff.
this one of our dormitory blankets?
Yes.
Kalos, let's have it. You know, kind of a sweet deal, if you ask me. But yeah, I'll take that back to their room at some point.
To give you a rundown, it is
A
completely
race car bed, racehorse bed.
well, it's
Uh,
completely inert when presented with
Oh,
heat, fluid. I believe we've tested cold from it just being in the cold. It did not react to any sort of writing or communication on our part.
apparently got the lid taken off as well.
Meanwhile, Varys and Laszlo are just in there like, we don't remember testing any of this stuff. Well,
He's just making observations. He had a lot of time to think on these things. So
Well, no, I
maybe
tested
further
all these things.
tests. Yes, they did. But maybe the second pair of eyes may be able to discern further.
Although all this is said, I didn't remove the cover to pour liquid into it. I did this beforehand.
Master Sumwatch lifts one corner of the sheet to expose the square, black obsidian-colored cube of mystery. An eyebrow raises, quite featureless, but nonetheless quite extraordinary. Have you already tried identifying it?
No, I don't think we have.
there
We
was
did
no
detect
magic.
but there was no magic. It's mechanical if you look in the inside.
If there are no magical components, and you say you've already tried with a
We detect magic, yeah.
then I would not waste my time trying to do so. The alien technology from whatever this origin is, hopefully is not too complicated that I can't come to an understanding. He goes over towards the hole where the latch, not that, the one panel was removed, begins to inspect it to the best of his abilities. He does have night vision, so he doesn't need to produce any sort of external light that would make this whole situation look a bit more conspicuous. He takes out what appears to be some sort of small metallic rod, comparable in size to a pencil, but is not a pencil itself, and begins to use it to not poke and prod things, but kind of just gesture and motion towards the moving internal components of this thing. There's a very small rhythmic ticking motion, almost like that of a grandfather clock, with the seconds being uniform, and overall the device itself, while not whirring to life, because it's not midnight yet, is still working. To whatever extent or to what end, you still don't know. And as Master Summerwatch looks around this thing and begins to process what is currently available, he takes out a second instrument, which looks like a series of things that would be used by a smith. It is a pair of tongs. He begins to use the tongs to try to pinch some of the moving gears and components, but quickly they slip from his grasp, and he pulls the tongs back, having realized maybe he shouldn't be putting his instruments into moving gears.
I could deal you if you get hurt, so it's fine.
And indeed, no magical components can be found. No lingering crystal energies, stones that hum with any sort of magical essence. No processes that would be synonymous with the weave. I am drawing a blank here, and generally speaking, my knowledge, of course, is to that of the magical extent. I would need to compare this to what few notes and blueprints are available in the information repository. They do indeed look similar from a first glance. the way the metallic components fit together, how they move in a smooth but somewhat rigid at the same time motion. It reminds me of that of a timepiece of some kind.
It does go off at midnight. Oh,
Well, it seems a bit too complicated for just a simple timepiece.
my thoughts. Yeah, it seems a bit odd.
To tell you what, I don't want to linger around here for too long. I would like to attempt to get this thing to the repository. Well, it'd be a bit, tell you what, why don't I just have Caesar and one of my arcane servants get this thing downstairs.
Sure.
After you gentlemen, they'll be cleaning up the exterior afterwards to make it sure that no one stumbles inwards. I will be in shortly afterwards.
Laszlo,
Odorless.
did we lose the repeater again? Like, permanently this time?
Peter.
No, Henry said Turok would have kept it on his actual person, not in his bag. So I think if one of us doesn't have it, Turok still does.
I wonder...
Yeah, I was able to get Winter's pocket watch back. Yeah.
Well, all this talk of, like, timepiece, I'm wondering if... Because we never determined who or where that came from.
Well, that was actually magic. That was like
That's
traditional.
just, yeah.
Well,
like
it was...
someone-
Oh, was it?
And like I think we actually looked at it. It was pretty mundane, like for this world, pretty mundane, simple magic to like just here's a little gem that
Oh,
makes the watch
okay.
tell time.
Errant thought. Alright, lead the way.
A few spells cast and Caesar grunting on one end with the wheelbarrow. They take it down the few flights of stairs that lead into the arcane repository, and eventually get the wheelbarrow and its contents down the stairs with some effort, but it definitely puts you and the monkeys to shame. Doubly so, because you weren't able to get it here in the first place, so... the new people of the campaign, they're the new protagonists now.
So
Once inside, let me just finish erasing some of these. I gotta go over it again with the spray. It's leaving a streak.
it's not our fault. Henry left and took half the characters with like positive strength scores out with them.
He's hoarding them.
Doesn't Kalos have a low strength score though?
I
Or
think
did
it's
you mean the
offset
robot?
by his yeah, his robot's pretty strong.
The robots.
I think
I
everything he has
his
is
strength
offset
score
by
is more than
intelligence.
10. I know that because he needed
I
to
don't
like
know. I don't know.
but he needed to
think it
raise
is.
it to a certain point to get his get a feat that he needed. So
Oh,
it
hey,
is
it's Billy.
like
Wow.
And old Kalos. Kill.
Hilly.
And old Laszlo.
Don't kill that one. Just morph me into someone else.
Alright, I don't have to spawn anyone else, because it's just you guys.
I already timestamps when we were last in there. He's long time.
well on the board. Like we've
Yeah.
visited a
I
couple
mean,
characters.
Well, the fact that Billy was still in there is actually very telling.
Well, that means that was the first time we actually came down here because
the time
the
of
last
my
time, the last
life.
major thing Billy participated in is he psychic glanced that ent we were dealing with in the siege, and then then Andy kind of
disappeared.
And I guess Zen can stay on the stairs. Master Summerwatch has Caesar wheelbarrow the thing down and leaves it against one of the walls unceremoniously. Caesar kind of wants to dump it out and get his wheelbarrow back, but Master Summerwatch stops him. Well, this place is quite an excellent location for learning. It doesn't have many facilities for studying this cube. I hesitate to bring it on board the actual ship itself until we get confirmation of whether or not it's safe to do so. For all I know, it could wake the damn thing up. But without all the other components, there's no real fear of it accidentally just skedaddling out of here without breaking into a million pieces. But then we would be, well, not even back to square one, we'd be resetting the whole board. And we don't have the faculties to completely construct a brand new, from scrap, Spelljammer. So,
I guess that
I'm going to take a few moments, however long it takes, to study this thing. If you folks want to poke around the repository, be my guest. Have any of the servants assist you. Primarily those who don't speak the language, which is technically all of you. Master Sumwatch takes the wheelbarrow, and without bringing it towards the actual Spelljammer itself, kind of just props it up against a corner, removes the blanket, and begins to poke and prod to the best of his abilities, on occasion going over to one of the shelves and begins to research any existing blueprints, components, and mechanical devices that might correspond to this particular object. Although meanwhile, he is not asking for any of your assistance because honestly it would be one of those too many cooks situation.
Did we ever look up what the orb was while we were down here?
yes.
Yeah, we know what it is.
Oh.
It's the it's a
tuning
navigation
orb,
system.
Nav orb, yeah, for this
Okay.
plane, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm trying to bring
Yeah.
myself up to speed again.
We know that these witches are bones that were of Aphrodite with the row. No, Athena? Nope, hold on. Lyricilla, nope, nope. Where the fuck is it? It's in there somewhere.
No, that's
Homebrew.
fine. I couldn't remember if we looked that up. I knew that information. I couldn't remember if that was like from a different lore dump. So.
Oh, yeah, trying to clone Aphrodite, that was it. We're ugly and rejected. So that's,
Ugly and I'm
that's
proud.
why we went together. I'm ugly and I'm proud. Do I look ugly? Oh, God.
Not at all, boy.
My eyes! Oh. Ooh. Evil. And we know that Borka Ridge is like Mount Olympus spot. Big bad. Big bad Borka Ridge.
Guys, let's just go up Orca Ridge and fight every single person up there.
I don't like squids very much.
Wow.
We best leave then. Leave.
Well, I never thought about that.
I don't like you. Be gone. They would never heard of me. I'm an unknown. I can't. Is there anything that you want to look, Mr. Alec, for a group? I can't think of anything.
Yeah, no, I
My
feel like
noggin. We've got a good knowledge of things for now. Have there been any updates? Any new things put in, or is it just like what Scott's thing
I think
was?
Scott updated it himself to some degree, so I don't think.
Sure.
I feel like what we've been looking over, it's like he's
We look up what I mean. This is something that Dawn has mentioned, but like I think we may have looked at it previously, but about Blood Song. If there's anything about that item, that'd
maybe.
be kind of cool. I just to get a little refresh on it at least. If there's anything in the repository about the origin and notable things about Blood Song,
Or just individual magic items in general. Does it have that kind of info?
I don't know. I mean, if it's of a certain level of bad, like the cards.
We did talk about it
I'd imagine
last
they'd be in
week.
there.
We were a little curious about what.
Yeah,
Blood Song.
exactly. Because you just can't die, comes back in his thing. Like that's got to be pretty prominent. You know, does that soul related? You know, and we know what souls and such, and gods and things.
Unfortunately, certain things are not within the Arcane Repository's repository.
Okay.
Specific magical items could potentially be present here, but only if it's really relevant to the headmasters himself
Sure.
at the time. Anything that he would want to have used, generally speaking, maybe if there's a cool staff or an orb of magic or a wand
Sure.
or something. But a glaive that is very angry and likes blood,
Okay. Do we know of any tuning orbs on Rutosh? Were there any mark? They probably be linked to the ships, I'd assume. But if not that, any pieces of other planes that we could use to possibly tune a plane shift to? Like if there's any obviously other than like Fey pockets, things deep in the ground for the abyss, and I don't know. But if we ever wanted a plane shift to the Astral Sea, we would need something in the Astral Sea to be able to go there. I'm thinking if there's any knowledge in there of any possible items or places that may yield those things. Scott had ever considered it, considering he has his piano and may need tuning orbs and or go to different planes.
in order to go to a different plane, of course, yes, you do need to have access to something attuned to that. The Arcane Repository and whatever is available here. It seems the old headmaster did have a couple of tuning forks specifically for the Feywild, as it was kind of a relevant topic, considering where you have seen Yanmin activity. The other one is not towards the Shadowfell, despite it being thematically essentially not parallel, but in opposition to the Feywild, being that of the essentially negative version of the Feywild, if you can think about it like that. But his other tuning fork is not for the astral plane either, as you could imagine. It is actually for the elemental plane of air. There are solid objects in the elemental plane of air. It's not just all wind. Just take that in mind.
Can I get some information on the elemental plane of air? If he's got a tuning fork?
The actual tuning fork, while not in this repository, is labeled as one of the assets available to the headmaster.
Okay.
Reason behind going to the elemental plane of air is that, one, it is actually a incredibly useful area for essentially testing the flight modules of a space jammer in a very open and easy to navigate area. The elemental plane of air does require a bit of knowledge in your end because it doesn't have a 101 breakdown of what exactly it is, but go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Okay, I have proficiency in Arcana. Am I okay to do that?
It's an Arcana check. I'm not sure what the
Okay.
problem is.
I'm waiting for Jim. I was able to roll it, and it looks like it's a 20, but it's balanced on the.
What?
If you look in the, I'm in the other map. I haven't been brought through, but I rolled, and it was a 20 on the.
Oh,
I'm on the other map still, so I need to re-roll it. If no one saw a bear poop in the woods.
I did see it roll.
I don't care. It's a bit of odd one. I'll just roll it again.
the glowing 20, so I did see it.
So it like calculates your modifier and everything, huh?
I'm gonna put my D6 into this baby as well.
You do have to claim you're going to use it before the results.
Don't worry, that's a 19 then.
The
19,
elemental
yeah.
plane of air, much like the other four, or other three elements, totaling four, is essentially kind of like a layer on a cake. If the actual layers of cake, the moist, squishy, bready parts, are the material plane, the elemental planes and the astral planes all work as the filling in between the layers. While technically speaking, the astral plane is the space between the layers. There are things that exist in between the layers themselves. It is a four-dimensional cake, if you will.
Okay.
So if this gap between each one is the astral plane, and each plane is either a bit of cake itself or icing, the elemental planes specifically are essentially well, now this is where the cake analogy falls apart. Imagine the staples in a book.
Okay.
They are not the substance itself, but hold everything contained in each other without falling apart.
Mhm.
If you were to remove these aspects, all the layers of cake, or if we're going to the book analogy, all the cover sheet
Pages.
and the pages would eventually just float away from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they float
Like
away
the
from
glue,
each
it's
other,
the binding.
it is the glue, the binding, the staples, and then if you have all these things fly apart from each other, well, then you just have nothing but astral sea, and nothing can really interact with each other. But technically, since the astral sea is just the space and not actual substance, it is technically infinite, regardless. So I think this is where the cake analogy falls apart.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is what happens when you're talking about interdimensional travel.
That's what that does.
But either way, there are aspects that exist in the elemental planes that are present in the material plane. Fire, for example. While it's not directly from the elemental plane of fire, like not every fire you light is from the elemental plane of fire. It's essentially an echo, or an aspect of it. It would not exist on its own without essentially saying, this is how it works, and something that establishes the rules. Now, going to the plane of air, it is naturally one of the most accessible of the four elemental planes. Obviously, for elemental plane of water, you would need water breathing. You can't breathe in the elemental plane of fire. If you were to go there right now, you would just die.
Yeah.
There's no breathing air. In fact, you would just completely combust into ash. Elemental plane of earth, you would just be completely... If you teleported there right now, you would just be in a rock. And then suffocate, because there's no air. You actually need to have a special thing that allows you to essentially breathe rocks. I'm not joking.
Is that a thing?
That's a thing.
Okay.
Um,
That's like touch grass, but like touch rocks.
it's
dude.
essentially like earth breathing, because there is no air in the elemental plane of earth. So
Yeah.
it's just nothing but... Imagine you were like in a glass sphere filled with soil and rocks.
Oh god.
And then you took a vacuum and just sucked out all the air. And now that orb is now infinite.
Okay.
There's no air.
What
There-
else is on the elemental plane of air? Is there any like,
Elemental plane of
places-
air is
any places?
surprisingly the most hospitable. One, because it's
Okay.
breathable. Two, there's technically no gravity, so there's no concept of up.
Okay.
So you can travel, and this is something that planeswalkers and people who travel from place to place need to attune themselves to. When you go in there, you need to lose all concept of up. Not the movie.
Mhm.
Gravity. Because
Not that
if you
movie either.
go in there, you will just begin to, air quotes, fall. In what direction? It literally is random. Wherever your brain perceives up to be, you will fall away from it. And you'll continue to do so until you get your bearings. And it's not just wind everywhere, there are solid structures. In fact, they are floating cities, rock formations, and it's hospitable to actual forms of life, not just the actual airy denizens that come in the form of wind elementals.
The bees.
It is basically the most hospitable to transfer directly from the material plane.
Okay.
Besides that, once you get your bearings, in terms of no longer thinking in terms of gravity and direction, it's just A to B with no gravity in between. The elemental plane of air is also an excellent place just to
Breathe.
fuck around, essentially.
Okay.
You can go there, reasonably speaking, and as long as you don't piss off the denizens, you can essentially go from rock formation to rock formation and just carry on your merry way. The actual denizens themselves consist of things like air elementals and a very particular type of djinn. You might be thinking of like the blue one from Aladdin, and if anything, that's actually the closest approximation.
Will Smith. No,
Oh,
Robbie
not that
Williams.
one.
Yeah.
Fucking,
He's gonna slap me.
but each djinn species does correspond to an elemental plane. There's the ones that you might be thinking of that are like the evil one in Aladdin. That's elemental plane of fire. Those are Jinn, Dginnn. No,
Yeah.
how many N's I had? 2 N's.
Mhm.
The ones that kind of look like the Aladdin one, those are actually associated with the elemental plane of air and are the ones that are the wish granter ones. That being said, they are still very temperamental and very cat's paw with not cat's paw, monkey's paw.
Monkey paw. Yeah.
Different animal. Cat's monkey's paw with the wishes.
Paws.
So
Mhm.
essentially, and then there's the fish-headed ones that are basically very rotund, fish-headed, and then the bottom half of them looks like the little wispy part that you're thinking of.
Sure.
And then the elemental plane of Earth has these really cool brownish ones that hit you with rocks. But we're talking about elemental plane of air here. Let me just go ahead and bring up one thing that is the particulars of the elemental plane of air.
We can go there and breathe forever.
Cloud giants. There it is. Cloud giants also exist there.
Oh, okay.
They're the ones that have grand palaces, not unlike a floating city, but typically speaking, the most intelligent creatures are the jinn, or genie, whatever you want to call them.
Sure.
And when you are a frequenter of that particular plane, it is very nice to make friends with the higher-ups, just so that you can go around unharassed, but also have access to the very few natural resources that would be required to sustain life. Whatever reason that Scott had for coming here was mostly, according to the records here in the repository, is essentially a quick escape. Because the area is technically infinitely expanding and doesn't have a finite area, it's incredibly hard to not stalk someone, track someone.
Sure.
There's no trails to follow unless you're really good at smelling. But in general, it was essentially just an escape plan, and that's why he has the attunement for it.
Okay.
And the Feywild one is just because it's very relevant to keep in contact with the Summer Court.
Oh, he had connections with the Summer Court? Like Titania Feldman?
To an extent.
Yeah. Okay. She was one as well. One of them. Okay, yeah, that was all I wanted to know. But what do these tuning forks look like? Are they like? Can you make them and then fit something into the fork that tunes to that? I would imagine it's like a little fork, and then you have like the wedge of whatever you want to be in between it, and then you put it in the.
Something from an elemental plane or any place that you're tuning to does have to be composed of matter from that particular universe. You can't just bring a material plane component, let it sit in like a bucket of water, in the elemental
Yeah.
plane of water.
So
It's
so
like, well,
Kalos has got something from the Shadowfell, so that's like one place that we could use. But it's just
As long
the
as it
Tuning
can-
Fork part of it itself, or does that count as the focus?
as long as you have that thing, and as long as it can hold the resonance. So metals are very good, of course, at holding the resonance.
Sure.
Something like a rock is, depending on the composition of the rock, I guess.
Mhm.
I'd imagine a sedimentary rock is actually terrible at resonant frequency.
Cracks, like, yeah.
But igneous rock would actually be relatively good.
Okay.
But in either case, once you have that thing, you can freely go back and forth
Shift between planes, yeah.
as long as you
Okay.
have another one back to the material plane.
Sure.
But those are easy to get,
Yeah.
relatively speaking.
Okay, well, yeah. Thank you, servant. I say to the inanimate robot
Cortana.
thing. Yeah.
Is there anything else you guys want to attempt to look up? Now, take in mind this place is not perfect. It is basically just everything that old Scott knew. So if it's not here, it's not because he hates you. It's because he just doesn't know.
Probably
Doesn't mean he doesn't hate you. It
probably
just
just
means
a refresher on the predicted location of where Jormungandr fell, and if it does indeed correspond with what we think already. Like, I think it's the river that goes around the place. I think that's part of it. If Scott has any information on that, especially if we're going to be heading that way, I think that might be quite useful. What do you think, Clarice? Dr.
Who's
Ross?
Clarice?
What do you reckon?
I mean, if we want to just check our notes and make sure we have
Sure.
everything.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Maybe
Yeah.
now that we know that the camp is there, because we didn't know about the camp at the time, I believe
Sure.
it wouldn't hurt to just
Yeah.
basically hold the two maps up against each other and
Mhm,
basically say, hey, this is anything new, shake out, but in different perspective on this same info.
Sure. Yeah, we'll be looking for the Jormungandr crash site. What at least what Scott predicts for it to be in that location. Which is quite
World
big.
Serpent Jormungandr, also known as Loki's little plaything. That's not its code name.
He's
Does correspond to a site upon its crash into the ground when it was dispatched by a one particular well-known individual known as Hector, founder of the Iron Bear clan, in a scuttle is not the right word. A great battle, I guess, between from the perspective of someone looking at the legend, it of course is from atop the highest peak in Valkyrie's Ascent, which is technically not where the Odin Temple is. That's not even actually the highest peak. It's just the best place to build a temple, because you do need flat real estate. Can't
Hector's
just-
just so strong. He climbed up there with his bare hands and said. In fact, he wasn't even going to fight the serpent. He was like, "This is my Sunday. This is my Sunday jog."
Sunday fun day.
Mhm.
Okay, so from the peak, what were you saying? So the very highest point.
From the highest peak, they did battle above the clouds. Hector, with his bare hands, wrestled the creature down into submission before pummeling it, causing it to collapse in a smoldering heap. Now, that is according to the legend, and generally speaking, it does have some conflicting points with Thor, who is the World Serpent's mortal enemy, which is kind of funny to say mortal enemy considering one is supposed to be a god. Thank you.
That's what music was playing. I'm gonna kill this guy.
But God Thor, also known as Bronislovus, in his Jan Min name, is said to have fought the creature on many occasions. Their fighting record is almost a 50-50, but none has caused each other a fatality yet. Technically speaking, neither did Hector, but his record is technically 1-0, so he beats Thor in that regard, because he never went back for a rematch with the creature.
So the creature's still out there?
It is, according to
I think this is the
fables
legend.
and lore and legends, the
Mhm.
creature has never been completely dispatched, merely either neutralized or temporarily put out of commission, but has never been slain, and is still said to be slain by Thor on the final days of Ragnarok, which technically has not occurred.
Okay, so it could be roaming about under the ground, or it could be laying there dormant because it's a ship.
According to legends, of course, but according to what Scott knows, is that during what is essentially a test flight of Jormungandr, piloted by Loki from a remote location, the creature, known as Jormungandr, essentially lost control and was essentially doing donuts in the air and needed to be taken down by physical force. This is where Hector, the founder of the Iron Bear clan, comes in and essentially uses his psychic Yonmin powers to yank it to the ground, kind of like Starkiller.
Oh shit. Okay. Did it stay in its donut shape as it descended? Is it like a wrapped around the Valkyrie's ascent?
Due to the slight limitations on psychokinetic powers, he didn't just pull the whole thing out. He
Like
chose
down at the top.
a particular point, the cockpit, or where the head would essentially be, and pulled it down so that it came all at once, almost like a slinky, crashing
Okay.
into Valkyrie's ascent, causing a great rift in the ground, and altering some of the topography of the land as a result. The huge construct was essentially then not completely taken out of commission, but in order to make sure that any people who were essentially around the area, not quite the civilized folk that you might think of, this happened long ago and far away enough in history that, generally speaking, the humans would be intelligent enough to essentially comprehend this were not even developed. As you know, the Yanmin essentially sped up evolution from millions and years to only a couple thousand.
Hmm.
So they would have been essentially monkeys.
The
Wouldn't
monkeys that you summoned, Varys could have. They could have known.
But this
it
all
could have been them.
happened as in the earliest years of the actual integration
Okay.
of Yanmin into Somogri, the planet. This
Mhm.
was essentially, hey, I'm gonna take out my RC car out for a spin. You wanna come
Oh
watch?
no! I lost control. Okay, and he
Lost
took out
control,
someone's knees. Like,
and someone had to take it out. This, of course, evolved into the current legends around the founders of the Iron Bear clan. Those things were already there for a really long time, and they just got co-opted into being their legend lore.
okay.
That being
Is
said,
there?
the actual ship Jormungandr itself, certain parts were salvaged for future attempts of making a new one, or maybe just a smaller version, because maybe this ship that is several miles long is not the most aerodynamic thing you should be piloting. But a majority of it was essentially, there was so much scrap that you couldn't reasonably, like, imagine you dropped a glass pitcher, you're not going to get every single little shard.
Okay.
So some of the plates, or shards of Jormungandr, are there out of not quite a sloppy cleanup job, but that's essentially what it is.
Okay. So there's probably still some other bits out there.
Potentially, but they would be so buried far beneath that it would require an excavation in it of itself.
Okay,
Not
so
to
we
say
do
it's
have the dowsing
impossible.
rods. Is there anywhere on a map, Varys, that if I can have a look at it, will correspond with like here's a impact site, like on Valkyria's if the topography changed?
I mean, I have the Rutash map. I don't have like a specific
So-
map for
so
that
have a look.
kind of.
See if I can glean anything at least.
There are several snaking waterways, snake pun intended,
Sure.
that make natural river formations that carve their way through Valkyrie's ascent. Well, technically speaking, any one of them could be the impact site. In accordance to where the current facilities of the actual cult of the snake Jormungandr are, it's safe to assume that they are located in closest proximity to one of the crash site itself, and by proximity to that, whatever latent plates were available for easy pickup.
Okay. Seems like that's the spot then. There's got to go there. That's the one. Okay. It's reassuring at least. But there could be others, but the time taken to get those might be a pain. It might not be enough.
Well, even if we're just reconfirming what we already know, that's
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything else on my end.
Yeah.
For Leslow's brain.
If that's all, we're gonna go ahead and skip until eventually Master Summerwatch comes up with something. According to what Master Summerwatch has found, in accordance to pre-existing blueprints inside of the Information Repository 1A, he calls you over as soon as he feels like he's had something. Not quite a eureka moment that causes him to exposit himself so much, but it's kind of like a, hey, I think I actually have something for once. So this is a very curious, multifaceted device. It does have, in the same way that I might contact you with a message spell, it does have a way of communicating. With what is on the other end, I can only speculate. I cannot in any way read the output of the signal, but it is putting out a signal at every point that it ticks, every little twist of these gears. It is actively putting out signals. Whether or not you should worry about them, well, I'll let you come up with that conclusion based off of the rest of what my findings are. This is the first and most probably rudimentary use of this is actually does correspond with what I at least initially thought. It does keep time, but not in the same way that you might expect. If you're familiar with any of the outer planes, you'll be very familiar with time dilution. If you were to say go to the Feywild, 5 minutes here is not necessarily 5 minutes in the Feywild. So this device essentially works off of what I would refer to as a universal time.
So this is just a giant Gunderson's repeater.
What you can message into.
Putting it very plainly, whatever it is a timepiece, but it keeps a consistent flow that is unaffected by time dilations such as that in the Feywild. It is extremely useful for a denizen of the astral plane, because time does not flow there at all. So if the Yanmin, who are denizens of the astral plane, would like to keep track of something that's going on in a world that they are currently occupying, this would be the type of device that would be useful for them.
Okay.
Well, that is just the first aspect of it, so there are more. but generally speaking, the few gears that are turning are just used for keeping time to an extremely rigorous degree. The other components of this are that of a signal transponder to tell the actual time to whomever would be receiving it. So it keeps the time and then sends it out to whomever would be wanting this information. It does not keep any sort of records or a data bank like you would have in this arcane repository, as it doesn't have any sensory perception. It does not have eyes, ears, or anything, so you can feel free to speak plainly around this, as I am doing now. It does not have any way of receiving or transmitting that sort of information. If
It
that
can't be
sort
tracked with it.
Well, technically speaking, it is being tracked at all times. So the location of the device is tracked, but information in its immediate vicinity is not. So,
By being in here, does that cut off the tracking?
I have yet to test that.
Okay.
But seeing as this is technically a pocket dimension, and it is a universal timepiece, it is still maintaining universal time, regardless of where it is.
Sure.
So, whether or not that information is being relayed is something to be speculated upon.
Okay. And I was seeing a light from the moon.
Well, then it is most likely that that is the current recipient of the information.
Okay.
Now, while
Knowing
it
what
would
we
be,
know,
it would not be relevant to keep the time from the moon because you are still in the material plane. There are other aspects of this particular device that would be relevant to someone who is still on the same plane. That comes to the next parts of this device's function. Despite its first and quite useful utilitarian-wise first timekeeper of a universal time, of which, compared to material plane time, does almost overlay exactly to what you expect 1 second to be. It is not completely on point. It is a very almost indiscernible amount, but apparently material plane time and what universal time is a difference of about 0.0025 seconds. That's not really that relevant, though. It's a almost indiscernible amount. I was having an arcane servant keep track of that. But
Okay.
next to the next component of this is, of course, the actual information relaying part, and why it would be relevant to someone who is on the moon, so to speak, or that moon. The real one, not so much. The fake moon. It does act as a sort of tonal amplifier. In the same way that if you were to put a metal kettle on your head, and were someone to hit the kettle with a light hammer, it would buzz and ring, causing everything on the inside to resonate and, generally speaking, become discombobulated. This thing, whatever we want to call it, acts as a recipient and an amplification device for certain tonal frequencies. Now, I cannot exactly discern what tonal frequencies, or what they do, or what sound, if it's even perceivable to my ears, but if I had to imagine, it has to do with, in contrast to, say, the Yan Min who are no longer affixed to the master brain, the masters, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
It would act as a sort of amplification device for communications for those particular keyed-in individuals.
For psionics.
If I had to imagine, it is almost like a miniature version of one of the weapons of creation.
Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Cool,
Ye-
but gross.
yes, indeed.
Why is that falling out of the sky at us?
To be honest, why it is in your current possession is unknown to me. Mayhaps someone is sneaking things away from wherever this originated from. Where this is from, if I had to imagine, considering you said it fell from the sky and is blinking in accordance to the moon, maybe someone up there has butterfingers.
Okay. But if so, they can theoretically track it from the moon, so eventually they could find this place.
In theory, yes.
Oh, I feel like they could
That-
possibly find this place just due to the large amount of tech here. Is tech a word? But
I mean, this
this
is like
did
a real.
fall literally into our laps.
Yeah. Maybe Scott went up to the moon with people. Dovey did say they're going straight to the top, but that could have just been Valkyria's ascent, but it could have been.
Yeah,
going
but
up
this
to
is
the
way
moon.
too subtle for Dovey.
No, but like, this could be Scott.
Dropping
like,
a big
"Whoops,
metal box
I
out of
dropped.
the sky.
No, like Scott, like, whoops, I dropped this mini weapon of creation out of here.
We don't know where Scott is, so we can't.
Yeah,
even know.
exactly. You know, could be on the bloody moon for all we know.
So if they are taking steps to essentially recreate one of the weapons of creation on a miniature scale, that is something that is to be noted, and considering the context of Scott's old records and what the Yanmin on the other side of the Daemon portal would want to do, I suspect that this thing should never come to out of its prototype
Do we
stages.
destroy the shit out of it?
Essentially, if you could reasonably do so, this material is somewhat outsourced from another elemental plane. The stone of this, if you can even call it stone, is an alloy consisting of materials only found on the elemental plane of Earth. Reasonably speaking, this thing is almost indestructible to any material plane materials. If you're familiar with, say, sharpening a blade,
Sure.
you cannot make something sharper with a softer material. You cannot rub a cotton swab against a blade and make it sharper. It needs to be honed against a material that is denser in composition. The material of this thing is denser than anything that could reasonably be found on this material plane. It is denser than lead. And I hesitate to say, but if you were to take a diamond and try to scratch the surface, you would find the diamond itself corroding almost like it's rusting away. Now, who's to say that it's not completely indestructible? I have yet to attempt to disintegrate the thing, but
So you
I
said it's
hesitate
an
to try.
amplification, a recipient/amplification device for psionics, or
Yes, psionics would be the most appropriate word for that. Not something that is
Would that-
exactly within my wheelhouse.
would that be able to upgrade the ship, be more powerful, and also have a timepiece if it runs on psionics?
Well, the ship in its current state is made long before this prototype was even created, so
Okay.
it does not have a location that it could easily snugly fit into.
But we could retrofit it, maybe, given
If
time.
we understand the ship's technology enough, then perhaps.
Okay, but
Generally
it doesn't
speaking,
remove the tracking side of things. That's the only.
if I could somehow determine a way to disable that, then by all means, I would do so. I do not understand the components of it, and I don't want to just jam something into
Yes,
the
yeah, of
gears,
course.
because
Yeah.
frankly, I feel like considering what I found about the rest of it, it would most likely just chew through it
Sure.
quite easily. So I do not recommend sticking anything between the gears. They will be ground up to paste or dust.
So where should so what? There was nothing else with this. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
There is a third and final component that I have discovered.
Sorry for cutting you off.
Well, besides everything previously listed, this object does have I would call a remote function. It has nothing to do with the previously two mentioned capabilities of the device, and has no way of interacting with them in the first place. There is a small object lodged very, very discreetly behind some of the gears. I will have no attempts at removing or trying to disassemble the interior to get at it, but from what I can tell, that is the sole magical component that is very well hidden in a small corner of the box.
Could this be from whoever dropped it, possibly?
I have no idea of way of determining that. As to access it, I would need to disassemble the whole interior, of which is thoroughly impossible with my current situation. The only way I was able to determine it was the fact that it is written in a foreign tongue commonly used in arcane ruins. The rest of the box has text in deep speech, commonly used by aberrations of the sort, mind flayers, or in this case our Yan Min. But this is the one small bit that was of a different language and has a single arcane lettering on this small, tiny bit of technology. It is so finite that I can understand why a Detect Magic did not find it. It is well hidden behind metallic components, thick enough that it would obscure the signal. While it is present, I cannot tell you what it does, why it's there, or anything further than existence. But I can tell that due to the way the gadgets and technology within this cube are affixed with one another, none of them are connected to this small node in any sort of way. No wires, no gears, no gizmos. All of them do not interact with this in the slightest.
How small would someone have to be to get that thing out?
In order to get it out, well, the size of the creature would need to be the size of a flea. And this thing is, generally speaking, even if I did get you down to the size of a flea, you would not have the strength to pry it from its current resting point.
Huh. I was thinking, Laszlo, you could spider in there, but
I think a spider will be chewed to bits in the gears.
that's too big. Huh?
And if you were to turn yourself into a spider, go in there, get chewed to bits, when you return back to your regular form, you'd be chewed to bits again.
Because it's just not going to bend to my form. It's because it's really strong.
It's going to maintain
No,
your
I get
shape,
that.
and you'd be crushed with inside the box.
I was thinking if the spider could grab it and get out, but you're saying even a spider's too big.
So this is probably a very dangerous object, and it's very risky to keep here.
I would presume that, yes.
Okay.
Assuming that its signal can permeate between dimensions, pocket or otherwise, and its time-keeping potential, I'd imagine that someone who is on the receiving end of the signal would want this to permeate from plane to plane, so that it can make use of this universal time.
Okay.
So, keeping it here would paint a target on this location.
Where do you
who's
want
to
us to
say
take
it
it?
could be kept? I am not sure. Because regardless of where you place this thing, it will always be found, if someone wants to find it. I surmise that simply stowing it into a leaden box would be as good as trying to stop a charging bull with a sheet of paper.
Okay.
That being said, it harbors no, besides the psionic amplification, besides that, and whatever mysterious parts that this third component is, I do not see too many outward hostilities coming from the object itself. The people who want it, that's another story.
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher. I'm not
I mean,
sure.
theoretically, the magical component could just be like the magic in the pocket watch, just a thing that magically keeps time, for all we know.
If it is as mundane as acting as a power source, by all means, I think that would be the best case scenario.
Yeah.
You said it's wedged into place. It's not just loose.
It is indeed everything is affixed. By all means, considering you said it crashed into the surface of the planet from up high, anything that would be loose would be rattling about. And it is also tucked away behind several moving components that would need to be disassembled to even get a good angle with a pair of tools.
From what you would a reduce from a enlarge and reduce spell reduce the size of this to make it lighter to be carried around?
I have no way of knowing that. Generally speaking, when you cast such a spell, it does not maintain the same weight until the spell's duration is over.
Or here's a thought.
Enlarge it.
Enlarge
No,
it and go into it.
exactly. If you need how big that spell you just learned, enlarge, how much would you be able to hypothetically enlarge it? If we
The
need to get
size
this,
larger than this, and if you have it, Mr. Dean, we could do it again. So that's like 2 sizes larger.
we make it bigger, and then the spider can crawl in and see if it can. If we're that set on investigating this thing more thoroughly, then that's an option.
Certainly a
Well,
curious prospect.
That's if we actually want to investigate it and not just destroy it.
But I think if we leave it here, then there's the risk. And if it's something that can help us have a universal time, it'll be pretty good. And if it's something that they want, and if it's a possible weapon of creation, like you say, or a prototype at least, and they're doing it on the moon, scary stuff.
So that leaves us with, well, I feel like that leaves us with 3 options.
Okay.
Two if we really don't have the capabilities to destroy it. So obviously that's number 1, if we can find a way to destroy it. 2 is we just keep carrying it. We do what you said. We kind of reduce the size of it and kind of pack it away whenever we don't need it. And
I can concentrate on that for a minute, by the way.
that's long enough. Well, I mean, we only need a minute to make it small enough so that we can lift it up and then throw it in the back of a wagon.
Sure.
Also, judging by the unknown capabilities of the magical component, just for safety's sake, I would recommend not putting this into any sort of bag of holding.
Sure. It's already been teleported. And that was fine. Yeah, no bag of holding for sure.
I also believe that a bag of holding wouldn't maintain or prevent its signal from going out, seeing as bag of holding is really just temporarily storing something into a pocket dimension, and if its signal can cross dimensions, then there will be no point of trying to hide it in there.
Sure.
That's also option. And then there's option 3, which is we hide it somewhere.
We can't
That-
hide it.
Well, not hide it in the sense from the people who want to find it, but like hide it like, I don't know, or not in that sense, but like just put it somewhere it's not a threat, and then we know the location if we want to go back for it. Then
But let's leave it open up for someone to just yoink in and grab it and go. Right?
the question is,
Such as, cable
We-
guy.
we spent a week carrying this thing around, right? Give or take.
Yeah. And it flashed every night. So
It's an option. I'm gonna store it away somewhere where it's.
You cannot hide its location. It would still be pertinent to make
If
sure that it's
anything,
not available physically.
if anything, it's to hide it from, not so much from its creators, but from everyone else. Like, basically, other people like us who could stumble.
Well, and the fact as well, we don't want it to be in here too much longer in this specific room. It's not a very good place to have it, considering what's in here. And I think it's kind of Scott's ace in the hole before he departed. Kept it hidden this long. I don't want to jeopardize that by having this thing here.
I think we should definitely get it out of here. It's
I mean,
just
it's
a
a
matter
pretty
of.
smelly object in the sense that they're going to be wanting it. Maybe it's going to draw a lot of attention. You could keep it up, but I don't want to. You don't want to have it in the university necessarily, because then that's
Again, that
putting students in danger.
Is the speed of the internals dependent on the time?
Every click is a second. Yeah. I mean, is there anywhere that you can think would be a good spot for this thing, Mr. Summerwatch?
There's a great vault somewhere that would be probably the best location to have it.
Okay.
We're not going back there.
Great Vault. Well, where?
Mordremoths is the one that jumps to mind, but we're not going back there.
Is there one on continent?
I am not in possession of any sort of great vault.
Okay.
Tosh does not have any sort of central currency. The gold is typically manufactured in Gromnil, and that is where the great dwarven smiths create the world's currency, with the exception of some places that held their own money, like Sanctus. For whatever reason, they wanted to get away from gold pieces created by those dwarven smiths. That is whatever reason they came up with. But I suspect it would be too much to ask to have this object stowed away in one of those great vaults in Gromnil.
Here's the problem. I think if they
Is
can
the
detect
box
it
still
wherever
open?
it is.
I didn't put the lid back on.
Can one of you guys try casting haste on it?
Haste, I believe I have haste, but I believe haste needs to be cast on a creature. If I believe.
All right. Well, because what I'm thinking is instead of shrinking it or enlarging it, if we could slow down the mechanism inside, we could probably reach in. And if this is accurately keeping track of time,
Well, haste only makes things faster. It's not.
well, if we speed it up, it would have to slow down to accommodate the increased time speed.
I also have the slow spell. So
Are you trying to get into some sort of weird negative interval thing?
Well, no, because let's say we slow down the time that this thing is currently existing in, it would have to speed up to keep pace with like universal time.
Haste doesn't speed up time. It just speeds up
the individual.
the
They get them to do more things, and then slows for creatures specifically. So
we don't have any sort of like AOE
AOE slowing of things. No, we can't control time unless we have time stop. But I think even then, this thing will still be taken.
Well, it'll tick. It's just a matter of how fast.
Yeah, it has to be haste.
But if it's a universal time, I think it's gonna just do it anyways.
Yeah, but if the box is physically somewhere slower, it's going to need to speed up to match pace. Versus if it's in a place that is generally faster, it would have to slow down. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, yeah.
Because like if you go to a different dimension where time is moving faster.
But these are on creatures, the spells that we have access to, so I don't think.
Damn.
Would have been neat though. As the wording says, it's got to be a creature. I mean, can you physically see the object, the little magic thing, or is it just we know it's there?
If you look between some of the components and a brief moment between the gears flashing over one another, it is present.
Okay.
What you're asking for is Well, I understand why you're trying to do it. It would not work the way you think it would. It needs to be on a living creature.
Okay.
Unless the
could-
little
I
object in there is
could-
alive.
I could cast teleport on the object, on the magical object, like the little component.
I don't think it would work like that. They are technically one solid piece.
Okay.
If you could just teleport to one individual thing, well, surely I would use that in combat to teleport someone's head away from their body. That doesn't work
Okay.
like that.
It would be kind of cool though. Someone's got to work on that. That would be a fun one. For the user, not the receiver. Okay, so is it a matter of like a ball and chain for us that we need to transport this thing around?
While I don't like the idea of having a target painted on your back,
More than we already have.
there is precious little you could reasonably do, because if everything is going according to its intended purpose, there
Well,
would be no point in hiding it on
Anywhere
another
we
plane.
take it in, yes. Anywhere we take it or place it, it's detectable by the people who made it. So basically, our only two options are basically keep it with us and make it a moving target, or just bury it somewhere and just accept the fact that it's, if someone really wants it back, they can go claim it.
You might as well give them a bugger of a time trying to do so, at least. Bury it far deep beneath the earth, inside of a sealed vault. This thing might be nigh indestructible, so if you could find a nice volcano and chuck it in there.
Only the fires of Mount Doom.
Well, there is a volcano in the rise, and I do know how to operate a boat,
Well,
and I
Question-
do know how to get to Samsara. So
we do have a couple options. That the blubbery cave.
Which was occupied the last. In fact,
terrible. No, I don't think that would be good. Got the little Gundam in there. There's that. Gundam. Callum Heinrich was painting there last time. Little dragon people.
that Zen eviscerate.
Then fucking imploded one. I think we could probably put it in a volcano. That could be good. If this is nigh on impossible, we could put it in a volcano. I don't know if that would destroy it, but that does mean that they'd have to venture into a active volcano. That's quite far away. It's
Well,
complete
if
opposite.
you're in for this volcano plan, I do know of volcanoes within the region, if you can call it that.
Mhm.
And if you're so willing to teleport around with it, it seems to be safe to teleport. We just need to make sure that we are accurate to the teleportation destination. Presumably just at the very edge of it, so we don't need to walk up a whole active volcano lugging this thing around.
There is one far away which has got fire giants at it in the Volatile Isles, and that's got a supposed. Obviously, if you're really near a direct element, there's possibly pockets of that plane or entrance to it, and that could be a place. But if there's a volcano nearer, then that could work as well. I mean, destroying is one thing. We don't know who directly sent it and who is actually on the moon. It could be a gift, or it could be something nefarious to track us. So there's that to consider.
I have a feeling that if a creature wanted to follow in your
I mean, here's the thing.
wake, it would be
They dropped it in our
easy to
path.
do so.
If they're new
And
enough
they've already
to
been
drop it
watching
there,
us. They say they've
yeah.
already been watching us.
Like, exactly. If they could track us, if they knew enough to where to drop it and that we'd find it, like at the exact moment, like, to me, it kind of says that we're already being tracked.
Yeah.
Do you surmise that there may be some sort of traitor on the moon? A defector?
Possibly.
Someone on a spaceship acting sus.
Bull front
This
or
whole
whatever it is.
campaign!
It's
I refuse
Germa.
to humor this.
I don't know what you mean, Adam. They're all wearing different colored jumpsuits.
Oh, I should have gotten the fucking the soundboard.
Boom, ding, ding. Oh,
Well,
God.
it doesn't shock me too much. I mean, honestly, if you're masquerading as being a god, why would you want to go back?
Hmm.
There's bound to be someone who's just, oh, whoops, I accidentally kicked a hole in the ship.
Well, if I'm to understand that the defectors were very much keen to maintaining an individuality that we as mortals are very much accustomed to. It is our default.
There
And-
is someone we could go see. There is a person that is located out in the woods somewhere that is a defector. You know, like a hermit. Maybe, just maybe, we could contact them and take this to them and see what they think. A risk, but it's something on home turf.
Who we think?
I'm trying to find it. The nerd.
That is not his name, but
I know. I'm really trying to find it right now. Where is he?
I mean, by that logic, we could like, oh, Twin Ravens base of operations here. We could go to Rusco too. Like,
Hmm.
I mean, he's not going to be any less trustworthy than any of these defectors. Let's be real.
Where's this nerd? In here somewhere. No, that's no. In here somewhere. I know it is.
Like the bear in the wood. No, he wasn't a. Actually, no, he wasn't a defector. He was a.
Yeah.
He was a servant of what's your name?
are you thinking of Nadara?
Possibly. There's Senia, which is the tech person in the Spire of Arrogance. That's not them.
Are you
I
asking on
vaguely-
Rutash?
I
Yeah.
vaguely remember.
Or is
I
it?
wasn't-
Or is it in the portal chump? Yeah, Kazamel, the hermit in the woods, in the frigid pines. That's it. Yeah, Nadara, and then their real name is Kazanel. The hermit in the woods, in the frigid pines. That's what I have.
Huge nerd.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
what I have written down. They're a massive nerd, essentially, but they are isolated. So a huge nerd, and by a Yan Min standard, is probably pretty dang smart. So that's a possible candidate.
That's 3 reasons to go to the Frigid Pines. That
Yeah. So we got Spider. We
Nerd.
got Nerd. What's the other reason?
that's
Plates.
where Turok's mom.
Turok's mother with the clan of Berserker Orcs.
Which I think are the orcs that almost killed us that one time. So it's like,
Yeah, well, they don't need to know that. We don't have any of their possessions, so and they're all dead. So there's that. We might maybe kill Turok's mum, but they're not an orc, so they're probably fine.
no, his mom was the orc. His dad was the human.
Yeah, so we may have killed Turok's mum, maybe. Okay, so yeah, we could do that. Do you think that's I mean, you might not be very happy that we brought him a tracking device to his hermit place. There's that angle.
Hey, you wanted to be isolated and alone?
Here,
Here's a GPS.
They're right up behind you. So we
could
could,
leave this here temporarily while we seek him out.
but then if we leave it here, then they can find this place. Maybe Rusco is an option. We really break that seal off. They're quite powerful people, all these clan members, and if they are defectors, then we have to show our hand with it. They may know what this is, and if they are theoretically the good guys in the grand scheme of things.
They are still isolated and completely on their own. The best case scenario is, I mean, that
I mean, do they know
well,
between the clans if
the
they're
best bad case scenario is that he just doesn't want to help, but he's not a threat to us. It's again a neutral party who will
sure?
either that can just outright
Is he
help
okay?
us.
If he's there, we can talk to him. Like, on behalf of our buddy Zen, or Zen may be with us at that time. We can file our report, and then also just be like, "Oh, we have this cool box that we were told to bring here," and
Just
then say his real,
bring-
and then say his real name.
Well, we could also bring the box. I mean, the box is clearly of
Yeah, let's see if he.
extraterrestrial origin, so it's like we
Yeah.
could just say, "Hey, here's this box."
Yeah, I think we need to maybe rip the band-aid off with that. That could be. You know, they've been watching us for sure. And
My only like, actually, I mean, it's always a possibility that they've like again. We were always worried about the singing worms guy getting reacclimated, but like we never even confirmed that. Like,
I mean, do they even know? Do all of them know that they're?
we made a lot of assumptions about how Billy got his original worm, so
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
we.
Sure, but I'm just saying, do all the different clans know that each of the clan leaders is squid, or are they completely independent? Like that's the.
I mean, the fact. Look, Rusco, for example, is sitting on a big data mine of info right here in the city, and the fact that Scott knows who most of the defectors are says to me that like it.
Gotta know, right?
I
Gotta
don't
know.
know. They have to have some
Some overlap.
Even if they
yeah.
don't have a complete database the way
They don't go out for
Scott
dinner
does,
to each other. Yeah.
like I have to imagine maybe like at least the 3 clan heads have at the very least a suspicion that each other.
Yeah, he might be a squid, but I'm not gonna say anything because then they will reveal that
Well,
I know I'm
they're
a
all
squid.
squids. It's just they're all squids. It's just a matter of like whether or
if
not
they've
they're.
played like they play a game of chicken. Well, you're a squid too? No way.
I mean, they gather around each other once a year when they go to Muirskull.
Yeah,
to
but
recruit the
I mean,
clans.
I don't know how you detect if someone's a Yanmin. I don't know if if you're not using your psionics, I don't know if they can be like, "Hi, I'm also a squid," and oh, who said that? I think it's worth a shot while we're here, and then
Blink twice if you're a squid. Yeah, fuck.
I can't blink. I can't. I need to look outside.
Ooh,
He's
I wonder
blinking.
why you're doing that, because I send that with psionics. Fuck!
Ah! It's just like the fucking Iron Bear clan guy just runs out the building. I must leave for a long time. Why is that? And I can't speak. Oh no! He'd really mess himself up then. But I mean that sounds like a good plan at least. At least it saves us taking this out into the frigid pines and seeing a nerd that we don't.
It's the equivalent of yelling, like, first one in the pool's gay. So you just have like a bunch of 4 people just standing around, like, no, not me.
I guess we're just standing here and fellas that are totally straight and not gay. I mean that sounds like a plan. A good plan. Although it is a bit of a band-aid rip. What are your thoughts on this somewhat? Do you think it's possibly gonna yield some results that are beneficial, or they might not, they may be like, leave me alone.
In an ideal world, that is the worst case scenario. Is he just wants us to leave him alone.
You'd be like, okay, like we'll take somewhere.
It's the having the whiteboard behind me. I kind of feel like whenever I come back into frame, I feel like a weatherman.
And today on the news,
Holy shit! It's
with a
fucking
cube.
hot.
It's all white. Okay, that sounds like a really good plan though. I think we should construe something towards that. In the meantime,
I will work on, and I'll put together a report for Zen to file.
I mean, yeah, Rajko is the twin ravens, and then Zelek is the singing worms, Dolan is Iron Bear, and Loki is a free agent, some kind.
As far as the 4 that we've interacted with, other than
And
Scott.
Titania of the Summer Court is a master. So Yeah, and we don't know what the ladies defectors or the ladies
They're
are
the
masters.
OG defectors, remember?
OG defectors, yeah.
Because
Okay.
they were so bad at being squids that they were
But they were just not liked.
they were
yeah.
at the nerdy uncool tale
So
before it was cool to be
Agadol
defected.
is on the fake moon Pythias, and that's probably the chump that sent this thing down here. And that's cable guy.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the canon.
So if we were to say turn this campaign into a live action Netflix thing,
He would be. I could see him like grinning with like
I
the
don't
little
think
cables.
Netflix could afford Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey. We could. Jim, I'm calling in the favor.
Well, he hasn't done anything in a while. Is he just like totally retired?
Nope, he
I
does
think
the
he's
Sonic
stepped back a
movies.
little bit.
Yeah, he's doing art, and his stuff looks pretty neat.
For him.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Play that guy, Jim Bob.
I think he's completely
So-
out of the game, though. I think there's an interview with him recently where he's just like, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
want to do the Hollywood
recently.
thing anymore.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to.
Well,
like-
that was recent because again, he was in the 2 Sonic movies, so it's like
I think those were
Oh,
like his
yeah.
last hurrahs, though. Which
Yeah,
honestly,
he's
that's
like,
kind
I'm
of
gonna-
if you had to go out on your own
Especially
terms,
him,
it's
because,
pretty
like,
good. Like,
you know,
it's
like-
pretty fun.
He enjoyed
I
it.
mean-
He looked like he really enjoyed it.
he has
Which is
some
good.
pretty good movies under his belt. I'm just saying.
Oh, he wasn't fucking better. Evan Almighty.
Number 23, yeah, totally.
Look, even
Like-
movies that people consider bad of his are still pretty fun to watch. Like people
Cable
hate
Guy's
Cable
great.
Guy. Cable Guy is fun.
Fucking hilarious. Ventura. Ace Ventura's fucking amazing.
His
Was it Eternal Sunshine?
Eternal Sunshine, yeah.
Yeah.
I would argue that like
The Spotless Mind. That's great.
no, I would argue that's like a genuinely good movie. Like that's
Yeah,
Kinda-
he's
that
he's,
movie's
he's
kinda-
really serious in it as well. Obviously Lemony Snicket. When
he
he's
did that a long time ago.
that's great though.
I have not seen that since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Well, he's the best part of it.
Oh, Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber is probably one of my favorite Jim Carrey movies.
Show.
I think. Yeah.
Mask.
Oh, that Cable Guy's not that bad. And the Mask. Yeah. God.
You know what, guys? Let's all...
Agadol, you're all right. If you're Jim Carrey, of course. That's how you can describe him, Adam. Like he kind of looks like Jim Carrey, but with cable. Ah, okay.
As soon as you get up to the moon
I
base,
don't wanna
the
kill
first
him.
thing he does is just goes,
I mean, you've
Smoking.
already changed his accent at least once in the
Yeah.
time. that we've-
Alrighty then.
So and it's very in character for Jim Carrey to use a bunch of different weird voices when talking.
I'm just a person playing as Jim Carrey. It's like, oh my.
was it Bruce Almighty when he's like making,
Oh yeah, Bruce
Every-
Almighty is the original
yeah,
one.
like making him sail that random crap on air. He's
Yeah.
just,
I
Oh
fucking-
shit! Yeah, he's in the same movie. Yeah.
Alright, I have to link this.
I have
I
to.
typed in smoking.
Oh no.
and you got
Look at the second one.
El Monterey
These
burritos,
burritos,
whispering
ASMR
hot.
whispering.
Why is he put that in? It's a 12-minute video.
It's probably him just like opening the burrito, putting it in the microwave, eating it really fucking slowly, and going like.
It's so hot. But in
It has to be a
ASMR.
joke, though.
Oh yeah, it looks
Oh
like
no, it's an Asmer channel.
Yeah, you
like-
didn't read that?
Who is like desperate for Asmer of like late
ASMR.
30 years guy?
You can-
actually,
burrito?
You
Alec
can turn anything
is asthma,
into
okay?
fucking...
Asthma. Asthma channel.
What's the opposite of ASMR? What would be like?
Sounds
sounds like
like
Ryu.
silent movies.
I'm thinking like because they're supposed to be like relatively pleasant.
Audiophobic.
Yeah, like, they're supposed to be like relatively pleasant sounds. What if you just choose nothing but really horrid ones, like nails on a chalkboard, or like my thing would be when you take 2 bits of styrofoam and you rub them against each other. That's the one that gets me.
Audionesic or something like that. Okay, smoking with just one M does produce the mask.
Why don't you just search "smoking the mask" and make sure the
'Cause
fucking
Andrew
algorithm
needed
doesn't
to
give you
need
anything stupid like a fucking burrito.
But we would have never have gotten smoking hot otherwise.
That's something I didn't need in my life.
Yeah. Are we? So we're at 5 hours. Have we got a plan moving forward?
North.
I want to.
We want to formulate a conversation starter for revealing that we know you're a squid.
Hey,
At the very least, I want to file that report.
Squid. I mean, oh
well,
Jesus, not
they
good.
wouldn't respond to that because that's your nickname for them. So
Illithidly speaking.
I would just start speaking at them in deep speech.
Why don't? Well, we don't have the guy that speaks to deep speech. He's
I mean, like that doesn't
Oh,
mean
right
anything
now.
either, because Summerwatch here speaks deep speech, so it's like.
what is that thing in Lord of the Rings when Aragorn and Legolas are talking around the regular soldiers in Elvish, and then the last phrase that Aragorn says is, "And then I'll die with them" in English or Common, and then all the soldiers are like, "What did you just say? We're gonna die?"
Oh no.
But but in deep speech.
Yeah. I mean, I could do tongues, but then speak.
I mean, we hypothetically.
Does tongues mean
we'll
I
have
can speak the
Talos, who
language? Is that how
actually
that
speaks it.
works? Like, is that how that works? Got the tongue spell. Does it mean I can speak the language?
It's not you
Or is it
speaking the language. It's basically the
The
fucking
universal translator.
Mass
I mean, the
Effect fucking
alternative
universal
is
translator. Yeah.
we take
Okay.
a walk out into the fields. So if Daulos is really set on doing his little vision quest, we'll bury the thing and let him do a.
I'm not bury. I
different.
can't bury a thing. I can't.
I can't do that
No.
again, guys.
You suggest
was-
heinous things. We can't do it. I don't think I'll ever let myself down. 'Cause
That-
what it wrote last campaign was fucking
That was a
ridiculous.
mistake.
So we're not burying this thing, and I think we did the right thing bringing it here to ask questions to get more before just throwing it in the ground. So we were like, "Oh, we'll come and get it later. It's fine," and then it wasn't fine. It was really not fine. It was like the MacGuffin that we need, and this is screaming MacGuffin. So
Well, any MacGuffin needs a fancy name. So let's go ahead and guess we'll stop today's session for here. And then you guys, in part of your recaps, can come up with stupid fucking nicknames for this thing.
The League and the Mystery of the Ticking Box.
Michael
That's
Guffin
too many
is the
syllables.
name's